Hello, everybody. Happy Tuesday, right? Right? Yes, Tuesday. Hello. I'm back. I'm back by myself. Hi. Where's my button? Hello. Hi. Hello, everybody. Good to see you all. Where's me? There's me. Hi, everybody. How y'all doing? Hello. It's good to be back. I wasn't gone that long. Garrett's not here today. He caught a big sick. I don't know where. I don't know why I'm not sick yet. He was on the plane next to me doing the for the whole flight. So my time might be numbered, but I'm here and I'm doing okay. Hopefully we're all good. You know, non-contagious phase, maybe? Maybe? Start coughing in the car ride home. Hopefully non-contagious. I don't know what he licked and I didn't. But I'm here today and Garrett is not. I hope he feels better. Hope you're feeling better, Garrett, if you're watching this from home. Are you playing Expedition 33 off stream? No. I'm not. We could talk about that. Induced defense kit. Yo, it's a seasoning. Yeah. It's the kids. I get exposed to so much. It's the Mr. Burns syndrome. I got so many kid sicknesses in my body that they can't fit a new one in. My schedule's already full. He said he didn't have the right clothes in the ice. Maybe old school like romantic comedy. He caught a cold because he didn't dress well enough. Literally in the platinum trophy phase. Jeez, I've heard amazing things about all that. In fact, one of the videos we're gonna do a react to today is kind of in that topic. So I'm looking forward to that because we have a lot of announcements coming up, and I'm very, 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 very excited about those. But before I get to that, Casey, thank you for the new membership, as well as Pythos. Feel better, Pythos. Thank you for the 27 months. Hope you're feeling okay. Yeah, we're gonna do a little bit of reacting today. We're gonna do a little bit of learning today, and you know how the whimsy goes. Sometimes we get distracted horribly by my awful inventory, which is currently quite awful because, tome farming is on the menu again. At any rate, we'll deal with that. No, GTA 6 trailer, we'll save that for Garrett. GTA has cars. I will not deprive him of his opportunity to gush at passing by cars or buttocks, as I've heard on the internet today. But yeah, no, we're in the Reacts channel. I was suggested the video, what is a JRPG and why it's time to rethink the label, which I think is quite fitting, given our upcoming announcements that we haven't announced yet, but you can start to make guesses. So over on the Patreon on the last couple of weeks, we've been advertising that this month of May is going to be the month of cleaning the slate. So we're going to do 3 marathon streams. One of those might not be as marathon as the other, but I don't actually know. The first is going to be defeating Space Marine, because we started Space Marine 2. We have 5 hours left in it. So we're going to get on the couch here, and we're going to finish off Space Marine. Number 2, we're going to finish Split Fiction, because we're 5 hours from that being done, and we might as well finish it. Number 3, we're going to finish, or start and finish, the Final Fantasy XIV event in Monster Hunter. So we will rewind the clock ever so slightly backwards, because our gear still sucks for Iceborne, and we're going to go put on our old gear and do the Monster Hunter FF14 thing in there. That event thing. Where I think you fight a behemoth, I guess. And that, in terms of actually clearing things, because you could beat WoW Classic, but you can't beat an MMO. So there'll be ongoing progress. By the way, tomorrow, or maybe next week, if Garrett's not feeling better, because I wouldn't do it without him, but tomorrow will be the final JoeCat hardcore stream for the foreseeable future. It was a lot of fun doing that. We joined JoeCat, Girl DM, and Cena Breyer for JoeCat's subathon in the month that was April. That went by way too fast. And it's time to say good luck and goodbye for a short time to that fabulous crew, because we got a big thing. We got a big thing going on in June. So if we're cleaning the slate in June, for June, expect some awesome stuff that I'm really, really excited to share with you all in the coming weeks. It was a lot of fun. I think I played too hard. Actually, I got that note from Garrett. He was like, maybe you played a little too hard, a little too good on the off-healing roll. There wasn't enough danger for a hardcore stream. So I should have druided a little more cat-like. Kyle, you tease? I know, but I can't help myself. I'm very, very excited about all this. We just got back from Wyoming. We were in Wyoming for a videography job. You may have noted we were gone for like 3 days, 2 months ago. We gave a talk to the students there about entrepreneurship. And one of the things we talked about is that we do editing and videography work because we own all the equipment from streaming to do editing and videography work. And they were like, that's awesome. You should come film our upcoming thing. And they had 3 things that we filmed. And I got to be on I was the fun one. Garrett had to be on like the tripod thing. So he just sat in the back, well, on the big freaking honking lens, like this long. And he was just there shooting static shit. But I had the gimbal. So I had the thing like pressed in my belly, the hand, and then the thing. And the motorized doing like the oh and like the fly and like the and then doing my grapevines and doing lots of steady work. And it was freaking fun. And it was a freaking great leg workout too. So I got to be on the gimbal. It was really, really fun. And it was insanely encouraging. Is probably one of the coolest things about it. Doing YouTube. Doing any sort of art on the internet, you are constantly exposed to people way, way better than you. With way, way bigger numbers, way bigger followers, way, way bigger everything. It was really nice to kind of break outside that sphere, participate in an educational sphere where they were like, you do what? People can do that? 4K? Really? That sounds great. When can you begin? And just be really like, oh my God. About everything you say. You're like, yeah, and we'll edit it to be like vertical for social media. You can do that? Like, yeah, it's just a simple editing program. You just switch it to 4K. And they're like, just say no more. Say no more. I don't need to know more. That sounds amazing. Please just do the stuff for us. So it was nice to break outside the box for a little bit. Felt very, very encouraging. And this thing we're working on, every time we weren't doing the job, we were working on this thing. We were working on like night after night after night, working on this thing that we're going to have for you in June that I'm very, very excited about. And you can probably make assumptions because it's very much in our wheelhouse. Classic GG kind of stuff. Space Marine 2 when? I was just talking about the Ziguden. When I heard you mention it. Will you be doing operations as well? We're going to put a whole day into it, so I think there's the Horde mode out now, and we should just be able to, or will be out soon? When does that come out? Ideally, we'll just do that following beating the campaign, because like I said, I think we have 5 hours. So if we sink a whole day into it, we could probably have like 2 hours to try out the thing. They're moving to Maine. Wait, what? What? What happens in May? Horde mode in a month, at least in a month. Okay. So maybe we'll revisit it sometime in the future. I'm bad at guessing. That's fine by me. I'm bad at guessing too, because I always guess too big and too far. 33-hour Clay Obscure Expedition 33 stream. No. That is not it. Though, we're both really excited to play that game, actually. It looks super duper fun and chill. And I'm gonna shut up about that particular bit because it's I'm hearing. Okay, so there's a really fun video, or at least it looks fun. It's a reacts we're gonna be doing here in a little bit to this guy. Where's my button? Is this good? Does that work? Yeah. So this is from a Backlog Battle, was recommended to us yesterday. What is a JRPG and why it's time to rethink the label? I think that sounds like an excellent bit of knowledge to gain. Then I've got some planning to do because I have a big coaching document here from our Discord, our ringers. Both Sean and Lost Mythics gave me some healing advice. So we're going to take a look at Rion's gameplay, as well as see what sort of notes they have on my healing in Savage as we head into M6S possibly Thursday. We're saying if Garrett's like completely out, there won't be M6 Thursday. There won't be WoW with Joe Cat tomorrow. The schedule will just be all switchy and crazy. But I'll probably just play Final Fantasy 12 and continue that journey. Hey, it's a month of finishing things, right? So, you know, maybe it's just the cosmic forces. If I don't get sick, it's just the cosmic forces demanding that I finish Final Fantasy 12. So we'll do that instead. Ben Stars, that man has welt his power for good. Have you guys finished Final Fantasy 16? I finished it in the sense that I watched Kristen play it when we had our third child. So that was her big, I'm stuck under a baby kind of game that she picked out for herself. I held baby. I witnessed. I fell asleep frequently. So my understanding of Final Fantasy 16 story is complete as in I've seen the end. And it's incomplete as I missed many, many hours in between holding babies, helping babies, and playing with the other two children, taking them out. But that was her project, so I was not going to be like, don't spoil me. Here's the baby I'm running. No, it was cute. It was cute. I have opinions, but they're poorly formed because I miss big chunks. So in the future, when Final Fantasy 16 is back on the menu, know that I went to the bathroom many times during the movie, essentially. With or without the DLC? Without the DLC. Without the DLC. I believe something happened. What happened? Something come out that made her not play the DLC? I think the baby just started getting busier, and so game time was over. Oh, no, Elden Ring DLC happened. Elden Ring DLC happened, I think. And then she started playing that. So that DLC replaced DLC in that case. I've heard it's good. I heard it's not like, Mass Effect Citadel levels of like slotting in holes, but I've heard it's good. Liza P was before then. I beat that before we moved, but I'm looking forward to that DLC. That was really, really fun. Is BS. Sometimes bosses are BS. Didn't Kristen film and have a cooking video before the move that lost to time? Oh yeah. We filmed it. But she was already pregnant. And so there's parts of it where she's like, whew, and needed to take some breaks. And we hadn't announced to the family yet that there was a third baby on the way. And it was more apparent than we thought when we started filming. Because, we're like, we'll put an apron on and everything will be okay. But no, maybe I'll unearth that for a bit of nostalgia and comedy. But it was not the right time to put that out correctly. And so she's very excited. She's very excited to have. If you're familiar at all with family planning, that is our last child, and she's very happy to have her brain at full capacity because your body is a machine, and it takes a massive amount of resources to create child. So she's like reading books again and just like bouncing off the wall. Bubbly is a term that often gets thrown out for Kristen. She's been super duper excited to just be like, I'm back. Unless she loves doing pull-ups. She's crazy about working out. So she's like, I'm gonna do 5. Film me, Kyle. And I'm like, okay. So she's back 100%. Very, very cool. Shadow Virtue was solidly fine. I think it was really, really cute what they decided to do in terms of balancing it. I think that was a really, really good idea. It was not preferred in many ways. I think that it would have been better to let people have their broken builds, but then you would have steamrolled it. But then there was new broken builds that worked really well, and people steamrolled faster than others when other things weren't working ahead of time. It was a very, very cool experiment in how you do a DLC for a Dark Souls game. I don't like how kind of late in the game it takes to get that. Yeah, no, it's a weird. And once you kind of know the gamification, like, oh, I should farm anything, just these orbs off the ground. It changes fundamentally, kind of how you're playing it. I may have only beaten the last boss by getting the biggest shield I could and poking it to death. That's exactly what Kristen did, and I heard that's what the vast majority of people pre-nerf had to do to get it done. And and the New Game Plus issue, that's a weird artifact. Like Girl DM having to play through Lies of P again in preparation for the DLC because she's on like New Game Plus 5 and she doesn't want that to be her DLC file. Parried it to death. Hey, well, that's classy. You know, parry, you know, it's a little easier each game, but they're still beautiful. They're still beautiful. I got to play on my trip. I played Dredge. Dredge was awesome. That was it was a perfect little playing game. Had amazing motion sickness adaptations. So like I could turn off how many waves there were and like reduce the amount of bounce and everything else. Like, thank you for making a C game with that much accessibility. But Dredge was really, really cute. And I'm close to beating it. I just need to catch a lot of fish. Seen any of the new video for the Elden Ring Nightreign gameplay? No, actually. Did any of that end up in our Reacts channel here? I'd be all for watching some of that. Because that first trailer was, that first trailer was rough. It was rough stuff. If anyone has a link to that, post it in the Reacts channel for me. I'd be happy to look at that. Did I go and meet the other boat? I've met many boats. I'm not sure which one exactly you're referring to. But the very first Elden Ring Nightreign trailer didn't have any of the essential like dodge bits. It's like showing a co-op game without any people playing together. It was kind of weird. It wasn't really showcasing itself as a game skill. Nearly died in Skolo? Oh my god, going to Skolo, nice. I love Skolomance. Skolomance is super cute. Just 10 minutes? Okay, all right, let's just... Here's what we're going to do. We're just going to like turn this on in the background while we're hanging out a bit. Because if it's 10 minutes of gameplay, holy moly. Now let's get this on screen. Need to... See, this is where we just need to summon Kristen in here. I could. If I walked out there right now and said, "Hey, Kristen, there's 10 minutes of Elden Ring gameplay. You want to watch it?" And I go watch the kiddos for a bit. You know, it's a solo stream. I can do whatever the hell I want. I don't have to. I don't. There's no one who has to stop me. All right, and I'll watch it on my phone, and then I'll react to her reacting. It's perfect. Okay. All right. Here we go. Let me turn on. Let me set everything correctly so the music's all right, so that we don't overwhelm her. So all she has to do is put this stuff on. Oh, this looks way better already. Okay. All right. Okay. That's okay. All right. Here we go. Here we go. With stream of many things became stream of many reacts. Summon thee. All right. All right. BRB.
Now you see my true height.
Yeah.
All right. Hello, everybody. Okay, so we're reacting to this.
Yep, you're all set.
Okay. I'm excited.
All right, come get me when you're done.
Okay. All right. It's been so long. I'm nervous. All right, let's do it. Ooh. Oh, those sexy things. You can't hurt them. They're stone. Ooh. Okay, so we got a watch. Oh, okay. Classic.
Elden Ring Nightreign is a co-op survival action game where you navigate a vast and dangerous field.
So instead of the
without a plane.
imps flying you into Anne Orlando, you get to ride some birds. Cool.
You must become one of the Nightfarers, fighting through the endless night and taking on scores of
Oh, there's
vicious
our
foes
waifu.
over the
Okay, so
span
she
of
must be
3
the one with
days.
the clock, the watch. Oh, they're actually showing you
Once a country that thrived thanks to the power of gods.
the
Limfeld
regions.
is now nearing its end, gradually being eroded by the night that has saturated the land.
Wait, hold on.
You'll be
Let's
deployed
see
to
who's
Limfeld
around our
to
little
hunt the
fire.
Night Lords as a level 1 character.
Oh, that's great. Level 1, sure.
You will be deployed.
Come on, we're deployed. Oh, do they have, look at that big hat. Oh, so all of your
Limfeld is
buddies.
now
There's the
nearing its
witch.
end, gradually being eroded by the
Oh, and then we've got our horned guy. I'm at a loss for names here. You're going to have to forgive me. You guys know the names. I know I fought them. I came up with nicknames for them. We have a dude or chick back there with a green scarf on. I'm not familiar with that one. Oh, maybe Patches. I would be surprised if Patches didn't make an
night
appearance.
that has saturated the land.
Okay, cool. Night saturating the land.
deployed to Limfeld
Dude had wings on his
to
back.
hunt
Oh
the
yeah,
Night Lords
the
as a
bird
level
feet.
1 character.
I would,
In your
you know what?
constant,
Maybe I'll
you
roll a
must stand a
foghorn
chance against
leghorn.
that type of overwhelming
And then
power.
when we play, I'll
You must gain the
I'll say,
strength
and
to
I'll have a
survive
weapon that I'll do,
by moving swiftly
and then smack
It's
him.
up to you to choose your route within the limited time you have before night falls.
Okay, so you have a route.
You can choose to hunt enemies and level up,
Okay. Level up, sure.
search for treasures, weapons, and items.
Oh, do you get levels? Do you get items? Do you get
Infiltrate bases
both?
guarded by soldiers to gather information from hidden operational maps.
What does the info
Or
give you?
Challenge powerful
Probably
enemies, wandering the land
skills?
and lurking in heavily
Spells?
infested fortresses to obtain equally powerful rewards.
Sure, sure. You just run past that. You don't
Whether you choose to
fight
move
those
together
guys.
or divide and conquer, your
Oh,
character's skills, playstyle, and traits should guide your priorities.
sure. Aw, look at that pup.
The layout of Limfeld will
Aw,
change each
I
time
fought a
you visit.
bear.
With every expedition, bases, types of enemies, chest rewards, and other features of the field will fluctuate.
Cool.
Sometimes
So
your
the map
exploration
changes.
may be
That's great.
interrupted by enemy ambushes. Or you may encounter unpredictable events, like
Cool.
sudden meteor strikes.
Oh, those were fun. I really liked that. And then one of those
Even
star
more dramatic
beasts.
changes can also appear,
Ooh.
like erupting volcanic craters bubbling with lava,
Oh, look at that guy.
or dark forests shrouded with corruption that rots anyone who dares explore it.
Except for you,
In this
because you're the
constantly
hero.
shifting world,
Should you choose to go
you will
the
face new choices
good
as the
path?
battlefield
There's separate
evolves
good
with
path in
each
these games.
expedition. Evaluate every situation. Use your skills to fight back and survive through the night.
Oh, so it's survive. So last as long as you can until the end. Poison swamp everywhere. You know? Tile set, poison swamp. It's their selling point.
As darkness blankets Limfeld,
Okay, darkness
the
comes.
night's tide
Oh,
will
it
begin to cover
shrinks.
the field,
Sure, so
narrowing
like
your range of traversal.
one of those
As
maps
night
in those
falls,
games the
you will be
youngins
driven
play these
towards an
days.
unavoidable confrontation.
I'm
A
so
harsh
out of the
battle
game loop
ensues
sometimes.
As various powerful enemies arrive.
Oh, but then
Some of your
bosses
allies
show
may
up.
fall before their mighty attacks, but this isn't the end. critically injured allies can rejoin the fight if you attack them using your skills and weapons.
Oh, so I get to
You can
kick
also
my
rescue
guy's
them
butt
from
for
afar,
failing. Oh,
using
they've got some
tools like
Bloodborne
bows
stuff
or
in there.
magic.
That's cool.
These battles
So
are
you
tough,
basically
but
get to
don't
slap
give
them
up.
around
Use
for
all the powers you
sucking
have
so
gathered
bad.
in Limveld
Tell him,
to
get up!
survive
On
and
your feet,
overcome.
soldier! Roll a Sarah Connor. Drag him back into the fight. Maybe like whip him around if you're ranged and chuck him at one of the bad guys.
8 Nightfarers assembled.
Oh, there's a
to
bird
defeat the
person.
Night Lord. Each Nightfarer possesses different weapons and unique passive abilities, skills,
Fortnite, thank you.
and ultimate arts.
I'm sorry.
Wild.
I know
A
the
knight
name, but
proficient in
I,
a wide range of melee weapons.
you know.
Can throw grappling hooks to pull enemies.
Ooh,
Or swiftly
grappling
close
hooks,
distances.
huh?
You can
Unfortunately,
also
they
launch
probably
explosive
won't work.
iron spikes.
Oh, but you can
They
pull
deal a powerful
yourself.
blow
Okay, cool.
to
I was
any
wondering how they
enemy.
were going to do that on the big boys.
Guardian.
Because
A
there's
warrior
no way
equipped
they're going to
with a
let you pull a
massive
boss
shield
toward you.
Excels in defense. Their skill, Whirlwind, can lift enemies off their feet and deflect arrows. Their art,
I mean, you
Wings
could
of
also roll
Salvation,
bird person from
repels
Rick and
approaching
Morty.
enemies and deploys a magic
That'd be
circle
pretty funny.
to save allies from dire situations.
One time I got my ass whooped by Mr. Mosquito, who invaded one of my
An archer who
games.
never misses
He had a
foe's
poison whip
weakness.
and one of
Controls
those
enemies
masks
from a
with the long
distance.
noses. And
His marking
I didn't
skill
stand a chance against
injures
Mr.
and pressures
Mosquito.
the enemy, greatly disrupting their
One of the
plans
greatest deaths
and
of my
creating
life. Ooh, I
openings to
like his
exploit.
design.
His art single shot fires a supersonic arrow that
Oh,
pierces
cool.
through every enemy and
Ooh,
obstacle,
but he has to
ensuring
scream
no
for Anne
one
Orlando
escapes.
when he does it.
Duchess.
Ooh,
a virtuous
Duchess.
thief with quick reflexes.
Cool,
Uses
so
her
they do
cunning
have
to
her play like a
confuse enemies.
Bloodborne character then.
After attacking,
Oh,
she
so
can
she's
use the
got the
skill
watch.
unscathed to
Nice.
reenact what just happened and deal damage
Oh,
again.
that's cool.
Her art finale hides her and nearby allies from the enemy.
Okay, so she's our
giving
rogue.
them a chance to adjust
Perfect.
their positions. Or
Could this be Fort or say Knight? Praise the chest, you know?
Raider, a seafarer who is resilient and unyielding.
This is
in
probably
battle,
my character.
doesn't flinch at minor attacks and rampages through enemies. His skill retaliates, strikes back with a powerful blow, and cannot be interrupted by enemy attacks.
Oh, dude, that's it.
art
Can't be
totem
interrupted.
Summons
Summons a
colossal
gravestone.
that serves as an attack to dispel enemies. Acts as a
Oh,
wall to block projectiles. And
Create your
amplifies
own
the strength of
terrain.
allies through its protective aura.
nice.
Recluse. A wielder
This'll
of
be
ancient
Kyle.
magic, collects the elemental attributes
Oh, listen to the
attached
music,
enemies
guys.
and allies to produce different types of powerful magic, such as lightning-based or fire-based spells. Her art
Ooh, did you see that guy?
can also brand
Whoa.
an arcane glyph of blood.
I love when they throw capes
that
on
allows
models
allies to
they already
recover
have.
health and magic.
Oh, look at
by
that giant.
attacking.
Oh, empty belly.
By mastering the style, skill, and ultimate arts of these Nightfarers, you may be able
Ooh,
to
look at
survive
that sword.
and defeat the Night.
Ooh. I'm assuming then you'll unlock some of the Nightfarers? That'd be pretty cool.
The Hidden Round Table Hold serves as a base for Nightfarers preparing for battle in Limveld.
Aw,
Relics
he's just
recovered from
watering
expeditions
flowers.
Can enhance your abilities
Instead
when
of
equipped
hiding,
before
waiting to
deployment.
drop on you.
Relics have a diverse assortment of effects,
Oh, so you buff yourself
ranging from increasing stats
with Diablo
to
Soul
altering the
Stones,
performance of skills. Different relic combinations
which did a
boost
Berserk
your
crossover
gameplay
recently I
experience.
saw.
So try out different approaches and see what suits you best for the journey ahead. In a corner of the back room, a small jar merchant operates a bazaar selling various goods. Once you accumulate the currency
Oh, what a
earned as battle
cutie.
rewards, it might be worth checking what's on sale.
Absolutely. I would buy from that
Using
little
the
pot
fitting
man.
mirror, you can unlock new costumes with Merc
Okay.
and change your appearance. These outfits allow you to change your Nightfarer's style to suit your tastes. Some costumes might even look familiar.
Crossover starts today.
As you
Nice,
battle
nice.
against the night,
I can imagine it
fragments
would
of your
look
lost
really
memories may
cool.
return, giving you glimpses of who you once were. By recovering these fragments of lost memory, you can fill in the blanks of your Nightfarer's blurred recollections.
I don't think my Nightfarer wants
these
to remember
memories,
what they were.
Conversations with other Nightfarers.
After
and
you've played so
residents
many
of the
From
Round Table
Software
Hold
games, your characters just get
might
weird.
reveal new objectives.
Ooh.
Achieving these goals
Oh, look
in
at their
Adventures in
flowers.
Moonbelt will help unravel the past, revealing each Nightfarer's origins and purposes. See why they have come together at this round table hold, and why they fight.
Okay, so they're gonna, they're gonna have a little story to go with it. I like the cogs turning when they get to the different parts.
The Night Lords are the ultimate threat, waiting for players on the third day.
Ooh, did you see those
The
eyes?
Nightfarers are the only warriors remaining who can stop them and save this land from total obliteration.
Yes. I'm gonna get up all in those hooves
Being
and
the
just
ghost's
booty
overwhelming
spank it.
attack power and toughness will be more challenging than anything.
You just get right on his hindquarters, man. You go.
There are ways to
Ooh.
resist this threat. By carefully navigating limbo,
Oh yeah.
acquiring more powerful tools and
Oh
weapons
yeah.
with
Look at
attributes
sideways
effective
mouth.
against
Look
each
at
Night
those
Lord.
teeth.
Discovering
We will
wreck
take you to a
and
dentist,
growing as a
sir.
fighter through
We promise.
experience and
Ooh.
observation.
Oh, one of those. I love
Victory
these
against the
things.
Night
I'm
Lord will
so
be
happy they'll
within
have
reach.
them. Oh, a Night Lord.
Set forth on this thrilling and fast-paced adventure.
Yeah,
filled with
whatever that
danger
was.
and achievement.
Get it checked out by your
Dare to
doctor,
stand
dude.
Together against the fall of night.
The door! Oh, that's great. So that's what they're gonna open. Fantastic. Well, there we go. Well, this is my reaction. That looks fun. They've got new models. They've got crazy music on in the background. It's raining. It's raining men. Praise the sun. You know, but you wouldn't praise the sun. But yeah. But the door at the end, right? The door. I thought that door was gonna open. Imagine my surprise when I'm like, I'm so amped up after I've beaten the final boss of the expansion of Elden Ring. And I'm like, yes, it's time to go. We gotta keep going. Because I didn't think I was gonna win. I had a sliver of health yet, but I managed to get just one more poke in there. Takes the final boss down. And I'm going to that door. And you can't get that door open. So I'm pretty excited about that. Well, there we are. Thank you guys so much for asking for my react. I hope you all are excited. There's some amazingly sick things in there. Did you see the big king, the one who like stuck the dragon on his arm? But then he had this huge intestinal gold thing that came out the back, and then there's like the giants. They put the hoods on and the empty bellies and stuff. Thank you, Godric, and thank you for the names, guys. I really do appreciate it. They did. It's all the Fantasia, man. But yeah, oh yeah, Kyle's energy. Come on now. Where do you think he got his energy from? I'm just with the kids all day. No, it's a very equal exchange. But yeah, you guys are cool. Thanks again. It looks great. And the music was solid. The costume changes are going to be great. They even worked in a little bit of a story. It'll probably be as vague as anything. And we'll all be rolling crazy, stupid characters. So, you know, background story for Foghorn Leghorn or Mr. Mosquito, or I don't know who else was in there. There, you know, the little chicken man. But it's all there. It's good. It's fun. All right. Anyway, I will get Kyle back in here so you guys can continue. Thank you guys. That was a lot of fun. I'm so happy I got to see it. Don't forget. Sideways mouth. Yep. Teeth chicken. All right. Bye, guys.
All right. I'm taller. I'm taller, everybody. Hi. Welcome back, everyone. No, how could I watch MMO content? No, movie reviews. What a weirdo. Oh, man. My secret selection. Hi again. I'm glad it performed. Of muffled clothes in the distance. Yeah. Well, you know, I just leave it on in the background while I work, so I stay motivated, you know? Expect a longer cooldown on parent swaps? Nah, We're professionals. 3 kids. You know, we got it going. We're good. Yeah, I'm just happy she's happy because I'm not a judge. I like these games in a very slow, methodical, shield up fantasy role playing. Like, oh, what's around the corner? Whoa, oh, it killed me. Oh my God, that's crazy. It's fun to curse at them because they're robots and you can call them any names you want and they don't get upset. So I like that's a good outlet to be angry at a game. But no, I'm really impressed. That first trailer was kind of ass, according to her. So that was my opinion as well, because I was like, damn, I mean, she has an opinion. And it sounds like it's ass. But I'm glad that performed. So, might as well announce it the day this comes out. We're going to be in this room with Garrett, because it's 3 players, right? 3-player co-op? So, Kristen's going to be our 3rd. We're going to have a big old setup for it. All that kind of cool stuff. We're going to have 3 cameras in this room, 3 computers. Technology. That's going to be super, super fun. And, hey, thank you to Grandma and Grandpa for coming down and watching the kids that day so we can be here. So Kristen's going to be here on site in the house she lives in, getting to play video games with us that day. So that's going to be really, really fun. I'm looking forward to that. Can't wait her to tell you all you guys suck. Yeah. Yeah, it's going to happen. But I'll just be a wizard so she doesn't know what I'm doing because she never rolls wizards and I'll be safe. It'll be Garrett who actually, Garrett doesn't really use shields in those games. So I think we'll be okay from her wrath. Mega warm room. That's why we got the big AC in this room. Yeah, no, this is Studio K is outfitted for such activities. Studio K is ready to take on the challenge at a moment's notice. That's on the 30th. So that'll be like the day before we... Wait, hang on. 30th. Is the 1st of Saturday? Is that how that's going down? Is that how... Hang on the way. Is that... Yeah, 30th is a Friday. So you'll have to wait till the... Oh, no. On that day. On that day, we'll let you know what's going on in June. That'll be great. So please, pay attention to the Patreon. That's where a lot of these announcements are going to be going down. But on that 30th, you'll know our plans for June. And I'm really, really excited about that. By the freaking way, Patreon decided to not screw over its users. And it's freaking huge. We have been immensely stressed about this, and it is worth celebrating. So Patreon was being pressured by Apple to transform its entire service into once per month posting. And we do once a week posting, which means that when we give you a full week of content, we line up all that content, and if we have 5 weeks or 3 weeks in a month, that's how the actual system pays out. Because of Apple and the way Apple charges extra for every transaction, it was ridiculously more expensive to be a Patreon member through Apple. There was also additional things like Apple allows you to get refunds anytime in a 60-day period when using a subscription service. So if you sign up with Apple, you weren't actually a member for 60 days and could cancel any time after you went through and downloaded or got whatever you wanted out of it. So Patreon was trying to accommodate for this by changing the complete structure, how everything we were going to do was going to be processed and how we were going to get content to you. So in the epic Apple lawsuit, they had to reverse this. Epic won, which means Patreon is no longer beholden to this ridiculous Apple change. And I know this probably from the outside seems kind of minor, like what's the difference between one really big post a month versus 4 smaller posts a month? But it was a complete restructure for everything we had to do. And frankly, because there was so much unknown, for the last 6 months, we've been embarrassed to advertise the Patreon. We've been nervous about pointing people to that place as a place to support us, because what if it like completely fell through? What if it completely changed its structure again after saying they're going to change in the first place? And it's been a nightmare because we've had to constantly think about, hey, we want to do this cool update, or we want to give everyone on Patreon this, or we want to do a drive, maybe like a Patreon-a-thon. What's the point if come November everyone was going to have to go to the website and change their $1 to a $4 because $1 a week is $4 a week. And if you know anything about the human psychology, when you go to a website and it says, hey, your price just increased, even if it's the exact same price, because it's now 4 weeks of content versus 1 week of content, your brain naturally goes, yeah, I'm kind of overwhelmed by this and it's too much for me to do. And that was extremely stressful. So that is no longer happening. We no longer have to plan our content around a November update that we didn't want in the first place. So it's a fabulous supportourbromance.com. It's fully on and operational. Gonna be lots of updates coming there. And follow that Patreon for information on the June 1st update. June 2nd update, as it were. Platforms, am I right? Yeah. If you heard about the YouTube thing today, they're going to be, we're no longer going to be in control of our ad placement, which if you watch our streams or watch our videos, you know that we handpick each location of those ads so they're the least disruptive. And that's not going to be the case anymore. So there's all kinds of platform stuff that's constantly going on. Except trying to save themselves from 2 minutes of paperwork by giving everyone 10 minutes of paperwork. A little bit, right? It was ultimately, if you sign up for anything through the Apple Store, Apple takes a cut. And that charge, when you were charging someone 4 times a month for a subscription service rather than once, was astronomical. Imagine you're like, oh, hey, I really like the GG guys. I'm going to give them $4 a month, $1 for each week of shows. And then you get your bill at the end of the month and it actually says that it was $560 and you go, that's not what I agreed to pay. And in their special, we're going to make everything better for Apple, it would be $460. But yeah, it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. More FF12, that is happening. If Garrett's still sick, which we don't want him to be, it's going to happen anyway. There's going to be more FF12. Because we have our summer breaks in July. Garrett will be going to the Keys. I'll be taking my summer break. So for his summer break, he's going to finish Metaphor. For my summer break, he's going to finish Metaphor. For his summer break, I'll finish FF12. So those will be happening. It's like a 30%. Yeah, it is a 30% cut. It's kind of insane. I do really like premium for YouTube. Freaking way best. Thank you, Fitchell. I do like premium. I watch on my phone a lot where I don't have an ad blocker. I've tried to, you know what I mean. Updates, phones, all that. I really like premium. It's really nice. And what is really nice for us is that for every ad that you skip, we get money as though you watched an ad. And that's very much appreciated with the premium sort of subscription. And it's the only one I still have because I cancel everything else. Because I kind of got frustrated with the low quality stuff that Crunchyroll was giving me for a bit there. So I'll subscribe again in the future later when, I've got a fat stack of things that I want to watch. On Google TV. Yeah, and I'm in the Google ecosystem. I'm not in the Apple ecosystem, so it's a lot easier for me to be like, boo! Boo, Apple, boo! Because I have a Google phone. If only membership skipped ads, that'd be super cool. And it was so cool back in the day when Twitch was like that. Now you have to have Twitch Turbo on top of other things. It's messy. It's so mad. The old Captain America meme, buy your powers combined, we're the same price as cable. Doing your part. Thank you for doing your part. Yes, exactly. Exactly on Crunchyroll's front. Like, it's my own fault too. Like, I do not blame burnout on other people. I've been through more than enough. I've been covering video games for 14 years. I've been through enough to know when I'm feeling burnt out. And I watched all the good isekais, and it just kept recommending me stuff that was just like poor quality. Plus, my kids got super into Mini Force. and Dino Core, which are Korean computer animated Power Rangers TV shows. And honestly, watching that on the couch with a 5-year-old just kind of fulfills my wishes at the moment, being like, yeah, that's nice. That's nice. Well, it's something like the homeowners associations. You have like a cable deal, so you have to pay. I don't have a home. I rent, but then you hear from someone who has a home, but they have cable because they have to pay. It's weird. Have I watched Seven Prince? Why do I know that name? Why do I know Seven Prince? No, I don't know this one. Wait, I do. I was reincarnated. Yes, yeah. I haven't started up that one. I have been out of the loop. I watch Yu-Gi-Oh! D's Nuts. What's it called? That's like my fall asleep in under 10 minutes thing right now that I put on. The English voice acting is just... what is this called? 5Ds. 5Ds. I watched GX previously all the way through, as in I slept through the majority of the episodes. And then I started up 5Ds, and some of the choice of the main antagonist to do it's Bokura from the original Yu-Gi-Oh, but he's like even worse British than he was before. It's absolutely insane. Only like half the battles are on motorcycles too, with their speed cards. I had to look up the mechanics to understand it. I wish the main characters used less humanoids. That was the problem with the other kid who was in the Kaiba school, is he had like a superhero themed deck. I just want Karibos and Dark Magicians, Feel like the English dub was self-aware by midway through. But that's good. I've heard they botched the ending for some reason. Like the 4 kids got rid of what the original ending was, which I have no idea how you can ruin an ending to Yu-Gi-Oh, but I guess you can. Yeah. So when Garrett returns, we'll take a look at the card laden thing. I know that is a massive, the GTAs. I know that's a massive co-op thing. I have no idea how it works actually. They're not fully. Oh, they skipped a bunch of episodes. Oh, well, that's weird. Did I not get a deal for them or something? They cut the final arc. It was really cool when the original Yu-Gi-Oh went back and redubbed the first episode with mind obliterate instead of whatever he said for the Exodia attack. Like, that was fun. I wish they would have done that for the whole thing. Those voices are so iconic for me. So iconic. When 4 Kids was kind of being done. Yeah, it's iconic. Some of those voices, you just gotta love them. You gotta love them. I love that original Yu-Gi-Oh cast in English so much. Same goes for Evangelion original English. It's just how those characters sound. It's what I grew up with. By the time they come out with the new, started working on that. Oh, the big one's dropping. If only we had been in Walker long enough to truly enjoy this song. You would be... Yes. There's a fabulous Donkey video about how to watch all of Pokemon, which I enjoyed immensely. Where's the Emmett to dance for us? That was the weirdest part about being spoiler-free for all of Shadowbringers, was we were in Endwalker, and he was dancing the song all over Twitter back when I used it. And I had no idea who he was and why he was dancing. But it was a good dance. It was a good dance. Is Digimon Adventures different than normal Digimon? Anyway, let's take a look at this video here for no related reasons whatsoever to upcoming announcements of any kind. Let's take a look at this video that we were recommended in the Reacts channel called by Backlog Battle. What is a JRPG? And why is it time to rethink the label?
What's up, everyone? Alex here. So I've been keeping a close eye on the discussion surrounding Clair Obscur Expedition 33, a game that I'm super excited about. Which, by the way, if you haven't checked it yet, check out my 20-minute spoiler-free review to find out why. And yeah, I kind of expected the "is this a JRPG" discourse rear its ugly head. Because let's be real, anytime a new RPG comes out that resembles the classics and isn't made in Japan, the purity tests come out in full force.
I assume he's going to tell me what this game is. It's really handsome.
Because even knowing that, something about this hit differently. It wasn't just the usual nitpicking, it was the sheer volume of people insisting that this doesn't count. And honestly, this is exactly why I needed to say something. So let's talk about the most controversial 4-letter word in gaming that isn't a curse word. JRPG.
Nice effects. Okay, let's do a little research here. Let's just
What's up, everyone?
So we got let's see here. We got some videos, music at the heart. Oh, so this is this guy's thing. A true AAA, masterful JRPG. Okay, all right. So they know what they're talking about. This is their bread and butter. Very cool. Continue.
It should be simple for many of us, right? Japanese role-playing game.
Hold on. Wait. Is this a true thing of which you're discussing? Is this like an esports kind of thing where like there's a difference between e-sports and e-sports or e-sports? It's a joke it's a French joke. That's dumb as hell.
Done. Except it's not
Well
that
done.
simple at all. In fact, if you ask 10 different gamers what they think a JRPG is, you'll actually get like 12 different definitions and maybe a couple of fights in the comments. So what is a JRPG? Is it a game made in Japan? Is it a game with turn-based combat? Is it the anime art style? Is it melodrama, crystals, magic, or moody teens grappling with the apocalypse? Yes, no, sometimes? And that's the problem. We're using one word to describe 4 different things. So let's start here. JRPG is the only genre that's defined by a country of origin. You don't call Alan Wake a FNPS, a Finnish narrative psychological shooter. You don't call Hollow Knight a ARPGA, an Australian role-playing adventure. But with JRPGs, we somehow treat Japanese as the genre itself. Now, sure, maybe once upon a time that made sense. In the 90s, the gameplay loop of Final Fantasy, Dragon Quest, Persona, and Tales...
Okay, wait, hang on. Well, wait. Okay, I'm not familiar with the term. Classification of video games developed in Europe. The Gothic and Stalker video game series. Huh. Now that's interesting because that is, again, doing a video game genre, which I would think of like K-pop in this situation being the closer equivalent. By the way, full disclosure, I do not participate in the social media spheres. I'm a dad of 3, so him saying that there's discourse is like, hey, wait, sure, I believe you. Of course there is. So I'm not privy to what the exact Witcher what is. Okay, wait. Okay, hang on. Is that true? Okay. Popularity of the term Eurojank took off big during Cyberpunk 2077. A ambitious but severely unoptimized video game by Polish developer CD Projekt Red. And then the people pointed to Cyberpunk not being the game they think it is because it has too much polish on it. The Witcher 1 was terrible, though. But I guess I didn't play enough games like it to have an opinion. Because I just thought it played like a solo player MMO, which I was playing MMOs at the time, so why would I play more of this MMO? It was cute. I mean, Kristen got more joy out of it because she just collected all the sex cards. But I thought it was too much walking to be truly interested. Once you get past the swamp, once you hit the city, it gets okay. Like, you start to see that it has some legs on it. And I think that's why Witcher 3 is so good, because the Griffin Hunt highlights the parts of the game that matter to complete it. And then it kind of really lets you loose throughout the whole thing. I wonder too. I mean, you have the anime is a media type, is a medium, and not a genre classification. Something I can get a little bit into, is it poisonous, venomous, apes or monkeys kind of arguments for, hoity-toity intellectual types. Let's see what they have to say.
Well, pretty distinct when you compare it to something like Fallout or Ultima. They look different, they play different, and if we're going to be honest, they vibe differently too. But now, we have turn-based games made in Canada that feel more like Chrono Trigger than Final Fantasy XVI. And guess what? They are still called JRPGs. Why? Because the term has evolved past geography. It's become a shorthand for a style. But here's the catch, and to be clear, this used to be my stance well before I actually started my research for this video. No one can really agree what that style actually is. When people say JRPG, they could mean a game with turn-based combat, party-based progression, pre-written characters instead of blank slates, a focus on narrative versus player choice, highly stylized visuals, anime or otherwise, linear or chapter-based structure, and yeah, maybe a touch of melodrama. But
that's an interesting list.
Linear or chapter-based structure, and yeah, maybe a touch of melodrama.
Huh. Pins and needles, thank you for the super. Chicken soup budget for Garrett, for Garrett because he doesn't like tea. Thank you for using the spoiler-free term for Garrett in case he searches the entire live stream of this. We do hope Garrett, actually, he had a doctor's appointment at 2 o'clock today, so we should be hearing from him soon what his ailment is. I hope he's doing well. Do CRPGs not have melodrama? I think if this is a really interesting list, because if you take this as like a checklist, you're going to be left with very, very few games at the end of the day. But if you take it as it can be any of these things, well, then it's not as, fun of a list to do. But like, this would be traditionally the one that I would consider, just growing up in the 90s as an N64 kid, because the PlayStation kids all played the turn-based combats. But then it gets weird, because what about Pokemon? Because I would not consider that like a Final Fantasy Chrono Trigger kind of thing, but it does have turn-based combat. This one's really interesting because I played mostly BioWare games growing up. And the idea of being completely neutral in the story was always kind of weird and flat. But if you're playing something like, a Clive, who very much has his own personality, and what you bring to the table is a very, very small contribution, you might have opinions about Clive and his inability to see the physical body language of the person next to him. But that doesn't, you have no impact. You can't force Clive to act any differently than he currently does. Melodrama is a bit too subjective. That's let's see, a little, middle school paper of us here, but let's see what the definition of melodrama is. A drama such as a play or film, television program characterized by exaggerating emotions, stereotypical characters, or interpersonal conflicts. The dramatic genre characterized by this treatment behavior or occurrences having melodramatic characters. Well, that's not particularly interesting. Typically sensationalized for strong emotional appeal, takes precedent over detailed characterizations. Some of that is just having to meet a lot of characters very, very fast, which, Pixar is very good at in its heyday, because you condense characters down to take 3 characters, make them a single character. And then when you meet them, you get to know them very, very quickly. Exaggerated emotions. I mean, that's a lot of the Sentai and anime body language comes from kabuki theater, and the idea that, striking the certain pose has a certain power meaning and can be seen from the way back of the theater. And that way, you know exactly what a character is, their villainy, their heroicness. And so you're able to communicate even quicker who somebody is when they enter a room. Dramas, exactly. And one of the problems with theater actors is that they're terrible on camera because they don't sit still well enough when you get them in front of a camera. Less of an issue today, but it was a big deal in the 90s when you had a lot of theater actors moving over to video. Melodrama is when the hand clenches. Yeah, but that's also, I think that's a great example of what we're talking about here too, is like, if someone goes, exactly, you're familiar with this genre and this medium enough, if they stare at their hand and they go, you don't even need to be told what that means anymore. I got a great bit of advice recently, which is my sister-in-law lived in Japan for 4 years, and she said she learned Japanese ahead of time using books and watching a lot of anime, and it served her very, very poorly. And she only really caught on to using the language conversationally until when she started watching stand-up comedians, because they would they would leave room for laughs, for reactions, and she actually learned something conversational in that way. So it is that heightened way of speaking that we see in our own movies and TV shows. I'm just getting warmed up, Batman isn't going to help you in conversational English. I don't think a focus on the narrative over player. I mean, yeah, I think these would have to go hand in hand to just make a good video game. Highly stylized visuals. I guess if you take out this, then this is just any game that does anything interesting visually and decides to go for a style. Linear or chapter-based structure? What? How? I mean, I know how to yell Shine, so surely that'll come in handy. What? Act 1, Disc 1? I guess, but isn't from a sandbox? Okay. Aren't all? But would I bet he's going to talk about Persona, but that's given out in a weird time skippy sort of referencey way of a story being told. Skyrim is more free throw. Now I'm trying to think, is there a turn-based combat party-based progression name or game that has open world? But he doesn't have on here leveling systems. I guess turn-based combat kind of gets into that, or the progression, right? Yeah, if you compare, loot-based RPG, even that's linear, like a Diablo's linear. Dragon Age Origins, that's a good example, yeah, because you can choose what chapter you do next. And in that way, I guess it loses control of the narrative, but you also have a lot of agency over your character. So the pre-written characters here is really an important part. What is an SRPG? That's interesting. strategy. Oh, like a tactics game, like Advance Wars. I haven't played a Fire Emblem before. I love Unicorn Overlord. And once I'm done with Dredge, I will be purchasing and playing Tactics Ogre something or other on Steam. It's like a special Tactics Reborn or something like that. I haven't actually looked into it, but Cena was extremely animate that I play it after I said I enjoyed Unicorn Overlord. And so I'm taking their recommendation. Purely, no, are you telling me that the black holes don't have a pre-written character and focus on narrative over player choice? Those black holes were dicks. And they put pipes in my way, and I had to destroy those pipes rather laboriously. The story was advanced. Go on an expedition, play Clair Obscur. I hear nothing but great things. They didn't have progression, though. Didn't we... Wasn't there progression in the... Wait, party-based progression. Did Advance Wars not have like any, spend 3 wrenches to get better? Or did you just unlock, super tanks in a narrative structure? Because StarCraft, of course, had, drop gems in the holes and you get better wraiths or whatever. Is a TRPG, not an SRPG. What is a T? Okay, so T would just be turn-based? Further maps, more units. Okay. I always played as Santa Claus or his good friend, the weird stoner-looking guy who was good at artillery. Oh, it's just tactical. Okay. Wait, tactical versus strategy. It's a strategy... Tactical, to me, would just mean turn-based in that way. Well, XCOM is turn-based, so is that what we can make the distinction of? It's slowly taking over the... Well, this is actually a really good list. I really like this guy's list because it's... You actually... If you try to checkbox all these, you do end with a pretty good... I don't like the stylized visuals because if that is your defining feature, but if you take this as a checkbox, then it is a pretty accurate list. Though I would say most of the weight for me personally is put on this first level. XCOM does not have pre-written character. I mean... Spoiler, I'm not gonna... XCOM 2 is something. War of the Chosen is an amazing game. And it's completely insane. If you haven't played War of the Chosen XCOM 2, don't even play XCOM 2. Just buy War of the Chosen and play it. And you absolutely have a pre-written character. It is insane, Commander. It's freaking nuts. But there is party-based progression, turn-based combat, a focus on narrative over player choice. I did not choose for that to happen in XCOM 2. It just happened to me. The visuals are just kind of realistic, so that doesn't count. Linear chapter-based structure. I guess I could choose, not in XCOM 2, but XCOM 1, you kind of chose what country. And there was definitely a touch of melodrama. Isometric. I love isometric, though. We're adding to the discourse. No. This is a contained. This is a tactically contained sphere. We don't need to worry about that. We're all good here. The discourse is contained. It's not discourse. What's War of the Chosen? It's the expansion pack to the DLC. Excuse my 90s terminology. To XCOM 2. That took a story and boss battles and placed it on top of XCOM 2, which was already a great playing game, And then they went and said, oh my God, this is so much technobabble. Who could read this? And they said, I know, the cast of The Next Generation. And they just got the cast of Star Trek Next Generation to read all the technobabble to you. And it was freaking perfect. And you got to know the enemies. It was really, it got intimate. It was good. But you do have a blank slate for shoulders. I mean, Collateral had a lot of, I felt a lot for him, but he was a blank slate. That is true. Okay, let's continue.
Melodrama. But then you've got games like Elden Ring or Dark Souls, which are action RPGs through and through, which then gets lumped into JRPGs because they were all made in Japan. So is Elden Ring a JRPG even though it doesn't play like Dragon Quest or Final Fantasy at all? That's the kind of inconsistency I'm talking about here. It's not wrong, but notice how much this label changes depending on who's using it. What about games like Kingdom Hearts or Final Fantasy 15? They don't have turn-based battles. Are they still JRPGs? What about Yakuza Like a Dragon, which introduced turn-based gameplay to a series that was known for action combat? What about Sea of Stars? It looks and plays like a JRPG, but it's made by a Canadian team. And now Claire Obscura is getting the exact same treatment. It's not that it doesn't walk, talk, and play like a JRPG. It's just not made in Japan. So now we've got a label based on a place that is used to describe a style that is no longer confined to that place. And worse, people are using it to gatekeep. This is where things start to get toxic. Because once a term becomes nebulous, it gets used as a weapon. And it's one that some people wield to discredit anyone who defines it differently. Believe it or not, I've seen people say Persona 5 is too anime to be a real JRPG. I've seen people say Chained Echoes doesn't count because it wasn't made in Japan. I've seen people argue that Final Fantasy XIII was quote-unquote the death of the JRPG just because it didn't fit their personal definition. And
okay. Oh. This is trolling, right? Because why that seems that doesn't. Why would Dark Souls? I mean, you don't get. This is a great list to use for this. I mean, it's their personal list, but that seems like a. I guess focus on narrative over player choice would be available. I mean, maybe. They are, and it'll always take more effort to describe something on its own merit than to say Souls-like and be like, I don't like that. That's okay, that's fine. Because you want to communicate quickly. And if someone says, oh, then you go more in depth. Because no one particularly enjoys the person who jumps immediately to the in depth because you go, I don't know what we're talking about. The hallway simulator in FF13, is that the lightning one? FF13 is the lightning one, but 12 is just, to me, KOTOR, and plays turn-based on a hidden turn-based system of queuing. So was FF13 a hidden turn-based system, or was it real-time? In the fact that the queued actions executed on their own time and not on like a global clock. I guess that would be my defining characteristic. If it has a global clock and everyone's on it, then it can be like a hidden turn-based. But if everyone's on their own, if all three of your party members are on their own different clocks at different times, then that is not a turn-based game. That is just cooldown management. I really don't know how to describe 13's combat. Well, he showed some of it here. It looked like 16 to me in that moment. Like KOTOR and Neverwinter. Exactly, yeah. And that's what I like about it. That's why I really, really like the gameplay in Unicorn Overlord, KOTOR, Dragon Age, and into Final Fantasy 12. Active time battle system was a turn based on a clock. Okay. So if that system's hidden, but it's still operating on that, I think you get to check the first box. But the idea of that's such a guy jumps in the room, drops point, everybody fights, like declaring Dark Souls and JRPG seems insane. And that's just done for argument's sake. I'm just putting that down because I feel like there's a little bit too much room above my head and this will look nicer. Even though if you skip to this point, I'm sorry for the screen change. X was hallways too? Wait, are we party-based progression? I don't think being, and according to this creator's list, it is not important that you have any sort of free roam. In fact, the linear or chapter-based structure would do that for you. What is that? What's a RTWP? Luke, help me. What have you done? Real time with pause. Yes. But that's a distinction worth making because CRPGs like Baldur's Gate are so different. Do those have an internal clock? Does like Pillars of Eternity 1 and Baldur's Gate original? I feel like they're just all jackasses just running at the target and it's my job to try to herd these cats. Real time with pause. Yeah, but when in KOTOR it feels like, you know, you run up and you go hit and everyone kind of hits on the same clock. Where again, like it feels like BG is everyone it's just hurting cats. It's too many characters. I think that's my issue with those games is I can't take more than 4 characters at a time. And I'm gonna get summons too. Now I've got like 14 characters. If it's initiative based, see, my favorite one is Grandia 2. That system with the clock that everybody's sharing, like Grandia 2. Grandia 2. And that was interesting. Whereas like Skies of Arcadia being one of the only ones I've played, that was just kind of, there's nothing real special about it. We took our turns and everyone, you hit me, I hit you. Really? Pathfinder Kingmaker went for the 6-second turns? That's interesting. I tried it. It was on like Xbox Game Pass. And I was, I had plenty of RPG at the time. The action line was super duper cute. And you could change it up, accelerate it, and all that kind of thing. All right, let's get back to why the persona is too stylized, apparently.
Differently. Believe it or not, I've seen people say Persona 5 is too anime to be a real JRPG. I've seen people say Chained Echoes doesn't count because it wasn't made in Japan. I've seen people argue that Final Fantasy XIII was quote-unquote the death of the JRPG just because it didn't fit their personal definition. And now, Claire Obscure is in the crosshairs too. Y'all. If you spend this much time excluding games, maybe the definition isn't the problem. Maybe the mindset is. It's less about understanding a genre and more like drawing a circle and basically saying that this game doesn't belong in there. Worse, it's also an attack on the person using that label. It becomes this indirect statement. You're wrong and I'm right, which completely misses the point of what genres are meant to be used for in the first place. So let's define what a genre is. The point of a genre label is to help you find things that you like. It's a tool, a recommendation engine, a way of saying, hey, if you like this, you'll like that. Knowing where a game is made doesn't help me understand how a game plays. Okay, fine. Clair Obscur Expedition 33 is an FRPG of some kind because it was made in France. But what does a French RPG look or play like? See what I mean? Right now, JRPG is used as a border checkpoint. Pepis, please. Where have you developed? What's your combat system? How anime are your cutscenes? It's gatekeeping, wrapped in nostalgia and dipped in semantics. And meanwhile, amazing games are being left out of the conversation because they don't tick every single arbitrary box. That doesn't help anyone. Let's be real. We're probably stuck with the term JRPG. It's too embedded. It's too widely used. Even developers are using it in their marketing because it gets the point across, albeit imperfectly. But maybe instead of asking, is this a JRPG, maybe we should be asking better questions. What's the combat style? How's the story told? Is it open-ended or narrative-driven? Is it systems-heavy or character-focused?
Well, okay. So let's go see what the tags are on Steam for the Obscure, the Expedition. Because the tag systems work great. And you can just combo them together to make whatever you want. And that works out. Okay, well, hang on. What did I do? I've done something terrible to my... Here we go. Okay. My Steam is terribly corrupted by my Steam Deck now and only wants to show me Steam Deck verified things. Is this Steam Deck verified? No, it's playable. Okay. So let's get this back on screen here. World Wonders, interactive, single player, turn-based combat, story-rich, fantasy. Oh, it does have JRPG on it. I mean, there are people who only want to play games under that level and that label. So, why would you deny yourself the marketing click of having it? Turn-based combat, story-rich fantasy, though, does kind of do the rest unless you're at a point now where turn-based combat doesn't have turn-based combat in it. It's just kind of overloaded with indie titles, really. Top rated. Oh. Really? I'm happy to see Darkest Dungeon at the very top of the list. Hey, there's XCOM 2. Caves of Quad? I'm not familiar with that one. Fallout. I've heard about Battle Brothers. Well, these aren't the games I would have expected. They're kind of interesting. Despite its inspirations, it still feels rather fresh. That's an interesting thought, yeah. Because there are a lot of copycats that you can end up with. And it feels like you've already played this. I will continue to support games that are made well. There you go. There you go. Oh, good question. Yeah. Oh, I already closed it. Yeah, let's see. No, it can't be. It's turn-based. XCOM 2 has the tags isometric, post-apocalyptic, turn-based combat, turn-based tactics, and military. Darkest Dungeon is turn-based combat, dark fantasy, dungeon crawler, roguelite, and RPG. Final Fantasy X, JRPG, turn-based combat, story-rich, RPG, great soundtrack. And then for the King, being the final one on this list. Here's Legends of Heroes, Trails from Zero, RPG, JRPG, story-rich, turn-based, and anime. So what would Persona 5 have? Never see it coming. Where is it? Oh, it always wants to just show me soundtracks for things I already own. Okay, here we go. JRPG, story rich, great soundtrack? Yeah, I guess so. And anime. It feels like, I guess those get tagged by the audience. It feels kind of weird to, self-label great soundtrack, though it is a great soundtrack. Xenoblade? I don't know about that one. Isn't that... Do they have Xenoblade on Steam? Oh, no. It's a RPG site definitive edition, but no, these are all just articles written on Steam. What a combination here. Xenoblade, let's go. Avoid Xenoblade. Xenoblade is a JRPG for sure. Xenoblade is one that I would 100% start off stream, gain all my own opinions on, and then when I showed up and people told me I was wrong, I could go, that's my interpretation. Just like I did with Persona 5. I think Persona 5 is a super weird game to probably stream actively in front of people, though it's a excellent conversation point. And I'd be happy, streaming the end of it now that I have my own opinions on it. Isn't action, though. It's got cooldowns like an MMO Contact. And I think that's where, while the YouTuber here is talking about different aspects, and this was kind of his list of what people consider and maybe what he considers as well, I would definitely put in here the internal clock is an important aspect. And that's what I would write in that spot. In fact, we can just because this is my list. I think the clock aspect and somehow that being tied to it is very, very important. And your ability to play within that sphere is kind of what makes it fun and its own unique game. But it should be turn-based. Yeah, I don't think that's exactly his list either, but it is a very interesting list. Because and that's what makes the idea that people would gatekeep Persona 5 out of this bucket insane, because what's this font? This is the font we use for everything. It's called Monster Mash, CC Monster Mash. It's a very fun font and looks great with a stroke in it, so it looks really solid. The other one we use around here is Big Noodle Tilting, which Big Noodle is the font used for Heroes of the Storm, where we got our big start. But waifus, well, I don't think that's important to this list. I struggle to think of a RPG without any waifus of any kind, because we don't gatekeep like that. But love what you love, exactly. Don't let it stop you. You can find something to love in any game. I'm sure there's also people for every game. Yeah. Yeah, even WoW. Yeah, I'm sure someone out there was like, ooh, Scorn. Not for me.
In other words, let's talk about what a game is and not what it isn't. Because honestly, I don't give a shit what country a game is made in. If it makes me cry over fictional characters or make me micromanage my loadout before a boss fight, that's my kind of RPG.
What a range.
At the end of the day, the reason why we care about labels like JRPG is because these games mean something to us. They shaped our tastes. They introduced us to stories that we'll never forget. They made us feel seen. And if somebody finds that same magic in a game that doesn't fit your definition, let them. Because the whole point of this whole thing, the point of playing video games, isn't to be right. It's to be moved. Okay, that's enough of me yapping. But I hope that I've given you some food for thought.
What?
Because really, we're all here because
that's what we're here
games
for.
Matter to us. They make us feel. They connect us. And no genre label, console debate, or comment war should ever get in the way of that. Let's keep celebrating the games that move us, no matter where they made or how they're played. Discover, play together. Now you know the meaning behind this channel's slogan. Thank you very much for watching, everyone, and I'll see you in the next video.
That was interesting. That was because obviously my biggest experience with, because it's just not a term I personally ever used because I didn't play what was known as JRPGs growing up. My biggest interaction with the phrase was the Yoshi P article where he said, I want everyone to stop using this phrase. And obviously that did not do anything to stop people from using JRPG as a phrase. In that particular bit of conversation and perhaps marketing, it was, I want us to get away from the box that everyone's saying Final Fantasy 16 should be in and think of it as its own product and take it on its own merits, not wish it was something else the entire time. Which is a perfectly fine and very frustrating thing, I'm sure, developing Final Fantasy 16. I didn't particularly like the combat because it was too much work to be good when I knew I could be playing it on easier difficulty and getting the story in the same vein. I also played, what's the Devil May Cry where the lady's in the bus and keeps crashing into the telephone box? I played through all of that, and that was delightful. But I wasn't concerned about difficulty or changing that in any way for myself. No, I've never played a Bayonetta. Oh, yeah, thank you, Waves. Yeah, no, this was really interesting. This is a really interesting conversation because I wanted to see, I looked at their channel a little bit, and it's definitely someone who's extremely passionate about this type of game. And the fact that they used the term JRPG throughout their entire YouTube career, and now are arguing for something I see a lot recently, like, let's take games on their own merit and stop trying to put tags on them while we still have the Steam tag system. It's a very interesting idea. Just start DMC, just play easy story mode. I feel like it had normal, right? That had a normal. And I just hit the normal button and it felt pretty good. I really didn't have difficulty until the later Kylo Ren levels, whatever the hell his name was, Kylo Ren with the cane. He was awesome. He was my favorite, but I did struggle a little bit in his later levels. And if you die enough, you get easy. Yeah. And you do need to advertise them too. Devil Hunter is normal. It's like how solo duties in Final Fantasy 14 have easy or very easy options once you fail. Okay. Well, don't insult me with that. I just want, I don't like it when games ask me that question, though I am aware that it is an option, and I totally understand that some people might take that option come that time. I don't like it when Final Fantasy 14 asks me that option, but I also understand why it's there. I do like when I see in Mass Effect games, they're like story mode where they're going to cut out the amount of combat because, well, that's cool. And I can't speak to that, Eric, because that is completely insane to me. Particularly when here on the internet where a lot of us found friendship and a group to be seen by, we very much enjoyed many, 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 many things from Japan. And I understand that too, Barry, right? Like if you're trying to move a product and you're being forced into a box that you do not belong in, that is just frustrating. And be able to break out of that and have the game judged for its own merits. I bet even judged as its own game, not just a Final Fantasy game. But Final Fantasy 16 had its own issues, like an empty open world, like the first chapter being freaking awesome, and then the back chapters not being as strong. Amazing freaking boss battles, just freaking amazing boss battles, but kind of laborious combat in the end. And, you wanted to punch Clive in the face because she's right there. Come on, man. Come on, man. It's almost reverse psychology. It's hard to anyone lower the difficulty when those prompt up. I mean, it's still not as bad as like God of War 3, God of War 2018, where, you know, the kid would start giving you suggestions too fast. And you're like, I haven't even solved the puzzle myself. I think we're, at least recently, it feels like we're hitting a pretty good cadence on help. I can't prove you wrong, Jessica. I can't. I think you're 100% right. He's also, you know, emotionally, he's going through a lot, and he's not seeing what's right in front of him, and that's sometimes the love that you have. Etherwind, I think you have a point there. And a lot of those cable video game TV shows before the era of YouTube were phenomenally dismissive. Like psychotically dismissive, which I don't know if they were paid off by EA or something, but that was weird. I struggled to think how you would make that, you would see that and like make that your personality. But maybe that's it's weird. It's so freaking weird. They're so odd and so cringy. Is perhaps the best way to do it. I'm still stuck in the mindset that playing on easier won't give you the real ending. See, I don't think you should do that, but I do think that the game should call you a cheater and you get a completely bogus ending in the end if you cheat. That's what it's that's gaming right there. Yeah, or any of the other bizarre endings in Silent Hill 2. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you could do that, JT. Yeah, there's lots of good options. Or just at the end of every level calling you a cheater. I think that's what Warcraft 3 did. And it made me actually turn back around and play the game. I just wanted to see the cool cutscenes and the cool models at the time. Well, let's not get into what a review is, because that's its own crazy can of worms, because sometimes outlet will just assign the wrong person to the job, such as the 6.5 out of 10 for Here's of the Storm, which was a phenomenal game, by the way, that I enjoyed very much, but it was done by their League of Legends author. And of course, he didn't have time, patience, or anything good to say about a copycat game. I do like some of the stuff I'm seeing out of Baldur's Gate 3, though, where just the insanity of all the endings there. Has a little something for everyone. Yeah, exactly. The first level of Cuphead, I didn't know about that one. Oh no. Oh, I'm not familiar with this. That sounds, I mean, Cuphead did kind of break out of its own box. It was incredible. I hadn't really played anything else like it outside of Metal Slug. The tutorial level? The fishing quest? Polygon Doom? Oh, I didn't know. Yeah, sometimes they put the wrong guy on the wrong project. But this is interesting. So let's I mean, hear what let's just do this. Because it is interesting, because if someone were to play games like these, you know, I've done lots of scandalous things in my day, such as, you know, who Thancred's interested in. So I'm not opposed to a little bit of scandal. However, I do also like respecting the way that people want games to be talked about. A Polygon advised you not to parry. Well, that's gotta just be trolling, right? Fear you missed the Who's Thancred's Interested in scandal. Oh, call me Helen of Troy because my face launched 1,000 ships. I mean, Polygon just yesterday put up another Dawn Trail's boring. And, you know, it's just kind of clockwork. It's kind of crazy that they just keep making it over and over again. No, wait, this is PC Gamer. Yeah, PC Gamer just put up this article while in the middle of the month. And I was like, okay, thanks. It has nothing new to say. But, you know, you gotta remind people of these things. Boo, get new material. Yeah, exactly. Very much. Very, very much. But, you know, I get the sweet release. You know, you're sitting there, you're like, man, this is my opinion. And then an article for the 7th time comes out with your shared opinion. You go, feels good to look in the mirror. Is Thancred short? I don't know about that. Yes, dear. That's Tommy. They did a great job with it. Yeah, I love the little angry scribble that they put in space there. The weirdest thing about this, which I read, you know, because I had a TV in my hotel and I didn't ever turn it on because I have a phone and I was playing Dredge, but I was doing my usual right swipe to get to my news and this was on it. And it's just the same cadence conversation that we've already had, but, you know, you got to put it out rhythmically, which is fair. You know, you got to... Ooh, comment from 17 days ago. But this had more of a twist of, like, did Final Fantasy XIV squander their opportunity to hold on to the WoW Shadowlands exodus of players? Which I saw something about, like, WoW's adding a single button rotation and trying to get rid of combat add-ons. And that's all fabulously interesting. But they are terribly different games. Did Final Fantasy squander its legacy? Maybe, according to PC Gamer. Currently having issues getting through Expedition 33 because I also want to be on the moon. Maybe. The moon was fun. I liked the moon. Good levels. I didn't understand I needed so much gear change out in order to pull it off. I don't really agree with that headline. I made the leap into Savage Raiding and Dawn Trail. Well, us too. And it's a fabulously good time to be continued Thursday, given Garrett's health, which is what we're going to get up to a little bit next. I was preparing for that. I dropped out of the moon. Too much work. I mean, I was sad about scaling, but I'm not really sure how else you would accomplish creating content to level gatherers and crafters with. But it's always sad in a video game when you level up and your chance to hit goes from 100% to 80% because you got better. And the rocks got angry at you. But that's also my fault for using it for that content, and they gave me a way to use that content for that possibility. So I'm not terribly mad because I appreciate the give. And now you know, eyes turn to something like Fertile Crescent, excuse me, Occult Crescent, and going, well, can you give it to me there too? That'd be pretty cool. I think the moon will get even cooler as we see more extreme stuff, but I'm also gauging that off of Criterion dungeons, variant dungeons, because the first one was kind of, you know, random underground thing, and then the ones after that were quite beautiful and quite cool. They could have just leveled the tier stuff. Yeah, or then you have to keep certain activities behind certain walls, because when you actually... no, the Fertile Crest is, you know, the civilizations and the rivers and the Tigris and Euphrates. You know, it's a real place. But it's very, very cool to see people kind of returning. One of our main comments is, I never left, which means, you know that a lot of people are returning, because the ones that kept playing throughout Dawn Trail are staking their claim as true fans, which I guess makes me a true fan. Hell yeah. Star contributor. Nice. Well done. Velas, I think you are correct, but you can always add more explosions. I believe you are correct. And given how Final Fantasy XIV tells its story, we should have all expected that. But explosions can be added to any story at any time. And I think some people just wanted more explosions at the end of the day. Spend all the explosions. More President Dragon. Woo! Absolutely. Absolutely. More President Dragon. Though his sister's hanging out in Dawn Trail now, so that's good for us. Do I have any specific RPGs or J otherwise? I mean, KOTOR. I really think Garrett needs to play KOTOR. He tried it like 3 years ago and couldn't get into it. I think he tried on iPad, but as much of a Star Wars fan he is, the fact that he saw that combat and was like, oh no. I think I'm definitely a little rose tinted on that one. I love KOTOR though. And he would love it. He's such a mark for the tsundere. For Bastila. Bastila would be like she's basically saying Baka the whole time. He would be all over that. He's like, oh, Lae'zel's the best. Bastila's like Lae'zel. He would love it. I'm sad the remake isn't. They didn't say that it was going to maintain the combat style. So I actually don't like. I don't know if I would have liked whatever they were making. It sounded like they were just going to retell the Revan story in a different box, and I'm not sure if that would have been good. One of these days, I'm going to have to try KOTOR. It's good, and it goes places, and there's not a lot of farming if you do side quests. And it's got the tactic systems from Final Fantasy XII, from Unicorn Overlord, the what-if statements. I really do like the combat style of Final Fantasy XII, and therefore I like Dragon Age and I like KOTOR. If I, at 50% health, heal me, I think is a wonderful system. You did a good job today. Female character swoons awkwardly in single shot. The real issue about poorly portrayed romance was that no matter how hard Kristen tried and played that game as hard as she couldn't get a kiss from Carthonasi because they felt like the game wouldn't have a big enough audience to kiss Carthonasi, which is an absolute oversight. And Caden was the 3-game apology for that. Millions of dollars spent apologizing for Carthonasi. Also, oh dear is a great reaction to getting kissed. So, everyone should be kissable. Exactly. Ship them all. There are no wrong options. But yes, I'm trying to think of a game where I had free reign romance that I didn't. There are just options I feel like I have any. Like Dragon Age was okay. Morgana? Morgan? What was her name? I was like, eh. Dragon Age 2, the elf lady was really cute, but she was also freaking insane about the mirror, and I kept telling her to stop, and she didn't. And so I was like, well, I've made a terrible choice. So that just made me feel bad about my selective qualities. Dragon Age. I haven't played Veilguard. Dragon Age 3. What happened in Dragon Age 3? Oh, no. Dragon Age 3 had a great option. Golden Sleeves. Your letter lady. She was freaking great. I loved Golden Sleeves. Inquisition. Yeah. Inquisition had some good options. I was okay with that. Baldur's Gate 3, I don't really have an opinion. Josephine. Yeah. Oh, dude, it was so freaking cute. Oh, such a cute freaking story with the duel and the lover. And oh my God. Oh, and the range of, yeah, I guess Cassandra was good too. Yeah. Meryl. Yeah, Meryl's adorable, but yeah, I couldn't. Technically in Dragon Age 1, I dated Zevran because he offered me an Elvish massage and I said yes. And the game was like, here you go. And you got to roll with it when that happens, you know. Iron Man mode. Mass Effect, Tally. If Garrus and Tally get together canonically, if you don't date either one of them, then they know what the best options are and they gave them to each other. Should you have sinned in the game and not picked one of them? The best part of Dragon Age Origins is, you got to work for that one. You got to work for that. Oh, Fenris. Yeah, Fenris was cool. I don't have one. I fully believe that Karlach is the right answer for Baldur's Gate 3. But my sister's 6'2", and she reminds me of my sister. And I think everyone can enjoy it, but I can't. I think there's some good options. Oh, the chick. Oh, what's her name? What's her name? I tried to date her. I got to Act 2, and I met the bad guy's daughter. And I was like, here we go. This seems good. But then and I wasn't going to stand in the way of that. She had a good thing going on. I wasn't going to interrupt. That would be mean of me. So I was like, oh, you're in a committed relationship. You're very advanced, very advanced relationship. So I decided not to pursue that. Barrett is the only option. Isabel. Yeah, Isabel. Yeah, I was just trying to flirt with Isabel, but no, I'm not going to get in the way. That was a beautiful relationship. I felt bad. I was like, oh, I wasn't aware. Also, I'm just some dragon. I'm not an angel, man. What chance do I have? How you could have romance even while having friction with them. Yeah. The Dragon Age 2 was a beautiful experiment with the passage of time. Kind of like 4th edition D&D. Not gonna get away with something beautiful. I do this in every game I play too. Like, I don't even know if they have relationships, but a character will come to me and they'll be like, oh man, I'm really falling for so-and-so. I'm like, oh, they're yours. You're written. I'm just some guy playing this game. I'm not going to get in the way of that. I did the doctor in Persona 5. Fenris as a mage. Classy. Well done. Well done. I want more. Oh, yeah. I would like that Foxhound. That'd be fun. Like, once you get in a committed relationship, then you can, play liaison, passing notes around. That'd be fun. Why not? Because sometimes, too, you hit that weird part of the game where you've advanced their story too much. And you go talk to them and they're just like, hi, repeat statement. Good to see you. And you're like, oh, man, they're a robot now. Oh, love's over. It's all fake. This was never real. exactly. Then you run around the Normandy just hooking people up. Exactly. Vivian a bit ago said, I'm going to do a reaction video when you guys finally play Monk. Please do. Please do. Thank you for the 33 months. And Mantium, good to see you. Thank you for the continued membership. Oh yeah, I heard about, they started dating each other, the date people you met in your adventures in Veilguard. Veilguard, that character creator too was beautiful. That's why I avoid talking to NPCs too much, and everyone's dude, it's so tragic. Oh my God. It hurts so bad. Because you're like, oh, I can't, I finished the mission. I can't wait to talk to him. And then they just say the same thing. You're like, no. No. That's why my Dark Urge playthrough is so good, because bad stuff would only happen at night in that game. So I decided I'm a barbarian. I don't need that much rest anyway. I'm going to rest as little as possible. So no matter what, each time I went to bed, something crazy would happen. I'd never have a normal night. I think I slept maybe 7 times all the way to Act 3. Beautiful thing. There are 2 types of Fire Emblem players. Those who pair characters for the interactions, those who pair them based on stat skills, and the best child soldiers. I've heard about this game. Fire Emblem from the outside, having never played one, is one of the most insane things I've ever heard of in my life. Fourth edition came out at the wrong time. I think it came out right at the height of MMO combat. I think it did come out at the right time. It was just way too restrictive because they wanted that digital tabletop so bad. Porthi's problem was the language it was written in. I think that's agreeable. I think that's a very broad statement that can be agreed with easily, too. My first Fire Emblem was before the baby soldiers mechanic. I like the old ones better. I've heard John of the Core talk about it a bunch. Seems crazy. Yeah, Matt does have some great videos on 4th edition, and I think we're all coming around to being like, there's some stuff I really like. And as a DM, designing combat was so beautiful and so easy. It was so easy to design your encounters for 4th edition, even if you had the most insane groups. The whole artillery brute solo monster thing was really, really nice. Some really good combats. The minion, I still just use minions. I'm so tired of 5th edition. Me too. And that's a personal problem. But it's also very easy to be mad at Wizards all the time. So that's their problem. Is I'm personally burnt out on 5th edition, but you're making it easy to not buy your products. I did. For Christmas. Kristen got me, where is he? Here we go. I don't have much, but I do have this guy. So I'm starting to learn. I'm starting to figure out. And the art's really, the art has a really good standardized quality to it, which I think is lacking in current D&D books. They all look like they're drawn by different people, which they are. But also that's the job of a creative director, is to make sure that when I look in your book, I don't feel like I'm looking at 100 different kinds of... Look at this gnarly dude. Look at that guy. Oh, look at that guy. He's pretty. You and me both, Jeffrey. That's just who that's the 3rd edition 3.5 is just where I go, hey, is everyone bored? Hurricane party, everyone bored? Let's play. Pathfinder has such good feats too. Oh my God. The ability to actually level up and feel meaningful when you're leveling, as even the most boring of martial classes. So good. Space Pathfinder is really good. I'm also learning about Lancer. Lancer's really fun. Lancer's super fun. I want to play that. Pathfinder, it is. It's great action economy. You get to do so much. And if you want to be really strict about it, you can be strict. And if you want to just kind of theater of the mind it works. There's so many boring levels in D&D. And that was the part that really just, when they said they were doing D&D next, I was like, awesome, let's do this. Let's fix the boring levels. And they just put it out. They just put it out as is, basically. I wish I had folks I could play D&D with. I will eventually, but my eldest is 5. I gotta wait a bit. I've tried like hey, you happen upon a bridge, you know, what do you want to do? And he's like, what do I have? And I'm like, you have a sword. And he's like, I cut the bridge. And then he lost focus, which I can't blame him, but we're getting there. We're day at a time. We're getting there. Wow, Phantom Queen, nice. Good variety. It's fun, yeah, it's fun to make your own systems, but eventually you just kind of want to just have the game have everything. Because, you know, homebrewing for the 5th time, you're like, can't these just be things? Ultimate long con to get a D&D party? Absolutely. Absolutely. The Apple Arcade has Final Fantasy 1 through 3, maybe even 5 on it. He fired up 5 the other day. There was a bunch of battles. I think it was 5. Started with a bunch of like weird war-torn stuff, and then he was in a castle room. And he was like, oh, this doesn't look like the cutscenes, but the fact that he reacted to that image, I think, is a good quality. And he downloaded it. Well, don't hold it against yourself, Joey, because if you're like me, you were bored a lot with paper in front of you. So all that planning, you had time for it. You can make time for it now. And that's fun. That sounds like 4. Okay, yeah. It was one of those. But the difference between what was being sold in the cutscene and what the gameplay suddenly was, I was even like, dude, I'll read it to you. You want me to read what's happening? Fitchell says, my experience with Lancer is totally we're working the fluff so that it was a Magic Girl game and it was amazing. What? Why would you? Isn't there a Magic Girl system? Isn't there a Magic Girl tabletop you could have used instead? Or just give your D&D players summonable armor. Kickstarter Soldier Loon looks like it is a complete, with fedora and all on the one guy in the picture, a complete Sailor Moon property, should you wish. Yeah, you can't leave it at that, Fitchell. You have to post what you did to Lancer and how we can get these. Favorite D&D setting? I've always homebrewed. I'm dyslexic and I can't read the paragraphs well to my players. So while I've taken inspiration from pre-made stuff like Ravenloft and all that, it's easier to know it all and come up with everything you ever done. And I've done some fun stuff. I've done a Forgotten Realms world once, but homebrewed is just, it's too fun. Playing Tuxedo Mask? Exactly. You were not the DM? Oh, okay. Okay. Well, we'd still love to know more in the Discord sometime if you get a chance. There's a magical system, and in the universe they say, hey, this used to be a mech system. They're sibling genres. I can believe that of like Sentai and Power Rangers, but and I get the summonable suits, the summonable outfits connection, the Magic Girl and the Ranger type. But I feel like a quintessential part about that is that they get big. And magic girls, to my knowledge, and please correct me if you're aware, but is there a magic girl property where thematically and on cue, the monster gets big and so does the magic girl? Oh, thank you, Etherwind. To ride Etherwind's advertisement, There Will Be Dungeons is a live play D&D podcast that I did for multiple years, and I DM'd a campaign over there called Delvers. And it was very much influenced by like an isekai kind of world, the tavern guild hall kind of isekai world. And that was so much fun. I was so proud of that story. Can you define big? Yeah, you get big. Like the enemy throws their staff in the ground, shoots you with a power ball, they get big, and then you go and summon your mech suit / Cause who was the guy who fought things inside of a computer? Cause he would just get big. And he looked like the guy in a suit that he was when he was small. What was his name? Gridman? That sounds right. This looks right. I would need to. This looks all very modern. We'd need like 1993. This looks right. Oh, ooh, is this right? Oh my god. Oh my god, yes. This would, for some reason. Yes. Oh my god, yes. I had an action figure of this guy given to me by my grandma. And for some reason, this was on in my grandma's house. And we would watch it together. And I know that she didn't watch it without me. She didn't know what it was. And I don't know why there was like an action figure at... It would have been Walgreens. It would have had to have been like Walgreens. Because she didn't know, she didn't go to Toys R Us. She'd buy all the toys for me at Walgreens. And it was so cool. And we would watch like the Blue Jays play baseball. And then for some crazy reason, this would be on something. Was it PBS? Like, what would even show this in 1993? Oh my god, yeah. And then VR Troopers came out, and so I was like, sick. I'm all for, defending the digital world. Let's do this. I don't know why she would have had it in her mobile home. It wasn't Fox Kids because it didn't have the ads. I really only fell in love with VR Troopers because the Game Gear game let you play as the bad guys. And VR Troopers had some really handsome bad guys. And then Big Bad Beetleborgs and all that kind of thing. Mystic Knights of Tir Minogue, all that. The song also slapped. Virtual reality. Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. The golden age of random action figures. I mean, they still have them. They're just non-licensed, right? Yeah, maybe it was a regional thing. God, I love this show. And then wondering what it was, I eventually found VR Troopers, but I could never find it again. So thank you all for helping me find Gridman. I didn't know Gridman was an ongoing licensed product. And that the Gridman universe spans all the way to 2023 with apparently the same, oh my god, like the same intro. And the showcase is like a collection of all the intros where he gets big and his fist flies at the screen. So whether that is done on a budget. But there you go. So I would say like there was a lot of robots in that previous thing we watched, but that's about as close as we can get to the magic girl getting big as required by my previous requirements. I'm familiar with Kamen Rider. I've only ever seen clips of it. I've never sat down and watched the whole thing. I've watched all of Super Sentai, the original, what became Power Rangers. I've seen so many just wonderful, freaking hilarious clips from a lot of the Rider shows, but I've never sat down and watched one. So is Gridman a JRPG? Well, they appear to be using a real-time joystick, and that would immediately make it not turn-based combat. There's no party-based, well, I guess the two operators could be progressing at the same time Gridman is. Pre-written characters, absolutely. A focus on narrative, absolutely. Highly stylized visuals inside the computer, absolutely. Linear chat, it was episode-based, so absolutely. And a touch of drama, yeah, nailed it. I've never watched Ultraman. Red Ranger was cute. That was one of the final ones I watched, the Red Ranger Isekai. That was like one of the final ones I watched before I turned off my Crunchyroll subscription. All right, I'll be right back. Be right back. Quick, talk about cars. You can do that. You can at Garrett in Discord. He's sick. He's probably laid up. He would love to talk about cars. Please do. Also, everybody, great news. Great news. My new water bottle came in. Wait, what's going on here? My buttons are flashing at me. Hang on, please hold. Why are you yelling at me? There we go. Okay. Yes, my water bottle tragically fell several feet to the floor and exploded. So I now officially have a new giant water bottle. And most importantly, we fixed the error from before, where the orange was the wrong orange. But now, look at that. Look at that uniformity. We did it. Color matching complete. Locked in. We're good now. Can find it from space. And that's what's important. Water cool, just one of the big jugs that you put in the top of an office building. It's an extreme thirst. Also, for complete practicality, if I drink 2 of those a day, I'm drinking the right amount of water. Okay. All right. Next up in today's festivities is... Oh, what were you guys? Oh, my God. Is getting completely distracted by the Power Rangers core rulebook sent to me in Discord. Oh, my God. Oh, grid powers? Perks? Getting knocked prone? I need a monster manual. Does this... You gotta send me more. Please send me a list of the monster manual. Just the opening index page so I can see everything inside. What's my take on Minecraft? Amazing. Great game. And I will be pointing all energy towards having my kids play that over something like Roblox. I'm okay with Fortnite. That's fine. But yeah. Minecraft good. And cozy. I'll go get it. Oh, awesome. Please do. Give Kamen Rider Ryuki a shot. Mirror universe where the monsters exist and the riders have to fight like Highlander. They also use cards in battle. Okay. I thought I don't know about cards. I mean, granted, you got to sell some merch, discs in your belts and all that. So I get the need. Your Dynacore and all that. Mini Force has that kind of thing, but I thought the card swiping in Digimon was the weakest season. Ryuki's on Prime. Well, I do have that. They're through the belts. Okay, that's good. That's good. I like discs though. Tried the Dragon Quest Minecraft ripoff. There is such a thing. I only watched addendum to my statement. I only watched the first 3 seasons of Digimon. I've never seen anything beyond that. So I cannot help you if you have opinions about lesser seasons beyond those. Oh, we got the rundown of the Lancer. Sucked into a battle simulation for mech battles arc. Okay, so Lancer was used appropriately. Perfect. You know what was good though? The one with the 2 turrets on his head. I like that show. I was a big fan of whatever mini cons, mini battles, battle tech, battle force. He was yellow and he had Metabots. I like Metabots. I watched more Monster Rancher than I think anyone should have legally been able to. Because that was like seeing the first experience where you're like, something's off about this. I'm a little too young to know otherwise, but something about this could definitely be better. But Metabots was pretty decent. Did they make a Beyblade show? I mean, it makes perfect sense they'd want to do a tie-in Beyblade show. Ending our previous poll, do you use the term JRPG? 76% say yes. Of the 24% that say no, what would you prefer? What do you like, or are you a type of person that wants to take it completely on its own merit and describe it as long as possible? Which, of course, is an excellent and very humane ask, but it is also rather difficult when talking in short terms. Just call them RPGs. Just say RPGs. What would you then say? So turn-based RPG is a great way. Lazy and just say RPG. Just no J. Call them RPGs. Usually just an RPG. I think turn-based RPGs is good. Turn-based action RPGs. If you were to say, oh man, I really like RPGs. I think it could work. What's your favorite genre of video game? I like RPGs. You probably do. I mean, we sat here and talked about Final Fantasy all the way to Dragon Age and all that too. To me, JRPG has always been more of a portrayal in themes more than mechanics. Turn-based RPG, TBRPG. I've never actually seen TBRPG. Maybe I have, but I've never really noted it. Try to compare them to the closest game than doing labels like that. So in your case, Eve, you would probably say, instead of a Souls-like, you would say, it's more like Demon Souls because the mechanics are more of that time period. And try to find the closest. I like that. Most Final Fantasies aren't even turn-based. Well, that Switch is what? 13 onward to 12? 11? 10? Was 10 really the last one with a full-blown... I mean, outside of like mobile and all the side stuff. Were any of the ones before 10 non-turn-based? What is ATB? Action? Active time battle? What is an active time battle? Turn based on speed versus turn. Can't pause in the menus. Oh golly. No pausing for decisions. So the clock was ticking while you were making decisions. It's like initiative. Oh dear. It's got a meter that fills before you take your turn. Huh. I didn't know that Final Fantasy VII had that. Most let you pause when the bar is full as an option. That makes sense. Yeah, that was the big thing that shocked me when because I beat Final Fantasy X, and then I went to play 10-2, and all of a sudden I was getting hit while I was thinking. Also, the 10-2 was kind of a big thematic switch, so I got a little lost in general as to what I was playing. 10-2 is the best version. It was shocking, though. What was Tales of Symphonia? Oh, yeah, Tales of Symphonia. I only played Skies of Arcadia. I'm pretty sure that was just flat turn-based. Combat was good once you got past that. It was just a shock, right? It was an absolute shock because that's all, outside of KOTOR, that's all I had played to that point. Imarashi says, I'm a big fan of the way another Square game does turn-based. Valkyrie Profile Lenneth has no timers on turns, but attacking in certain orders, with characters building up essentially limit break combos. Well, let's take a look at it. We need some, the most underrated PS1 RPG, according to this video here. Let's see if they have any gameplay. So we got a live stream here. Oh, this is, wait, this is, out in the world, you're like in a side scroller? But it's turn-based party in wow, this is really handsome. Let's see if we can find him out in the world again, though. This seems to all be combat. Yeah, look at this. Look at the movement. This is a very pretty game. And this was what? When was this? 2006. 2006? Wait, what are we playing on? PS1 era 2000. Is that right? Oh my god, what is this? Ah, whoa, oh my god. Wow, what a wild, oh my god. Are they changing systems enough? Holy crap. Oh, look at the monsters are really pretty. That lizard stomp, look at the stomping on that. That is handsome. What a wild game. Oh, man. Oh, shit. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really know what I'm looking at, but that was handsome. Dungeon is side scroll. Towns are typical RPG, JRPG, and map is open world. My God, that sounds pretty disjointed, but also, I mean, if they're using the best qualities of each, that sounds pretty cool. PS2. Okay. Yeah, I thought it was a little late for PS1. It's on the PlayStation Store right now. I just fluffed my face. Yeah. Cartho Nasty's here. I've been out of town, so he's a little dispersey at the moment from lack of pets. And I just got fluffed. The Switch was FF4. Kira, thank you for the super chat. With the introduction of the ATB system. In your case, imagine if FF12 didn't have real-time movement and was just 4 dudes in a row. Okay. Wonder why they did that. I know this might be one of the most insane questions to ask, but why did they change it? I'm sure there's been documents done about this forever, but if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Why did they think it was broke? Why'd they change it? Because it's not the same development team. It's not like Mario, where the creator said, if it wasn't for the advancements in graphics and gameplay, I would have been bored of making this game. Inspired by NASCAR? Huh. What's your number 1 and number 2 are, Wojo, if I may ask? Cool. We'll shut down. We're going to end that poll. Now we are going to take a look at, not this, because we're done with that. Oh, wait, no. Are we going to take a look at this? Oh, my God. Yes, we're going to take a look at this real quick. We have here the role-playing game. Oh, look at that. The Monster Cookbook. Oh my god. Okay, we need a table of contents. Oh, let's see here. Threat level, health and movement, essence, perks, powers. The threats. Here we go. Chef Swine Gang Pork, Commander Crayfish. Oh, hell yeah. Hydro Hog. Blob Goblin. All the classics. Oh my god, that's beautiful. Wow. Wait, rip Skype? What happened to Skype? I haven't used Skype in years. A minifig game? I'm good. I got Warhammers to paint. No, I require no more. Skype's dead? They killed it? Skype was shut down. Oh no. End of service. Oh no. It's offline. Damn. Wow. That's rough. That's rough. Yeah, salute went out, huh? Oh, we'll have something else by then. Oh, excuse me. I got so fluffed. We need new Bastion. We'll get there. We'll get there. You know that we will demand service. All right, let's take a look now at the at our coaching. Our coaching from Sean in the Discord. And let's see if we could just put this in here. Make it nice and big. So this was the coaching information I received on my Astrologian play following Dancing Green Savage. And I believe this was following our re-clear as well. So these would be problems I had week to week. Who owns the ring noise? It's just free reign now. They probably still own it. Kyle, says Sean. I've been looking through your VOD for the best couple of M6 pulls. Really great play during the ads. Oh, this was after M6 night. Keeping stuff like Exaltation on cooldown and using your cards. Stuff like Exaltation. Oh, yeah, my here, we need to move me. This would be my, oh my god, Garrett's dying button. Exaltation. Excellent. Keep up regens and generally have a pretty good balance of contributing damage versus healing. Good use of Macrocosmos both for the cleave damage and for the heal on the tanks too. Using it just before the first Jabberwock is really nice since you'll basically end up down one healer for the tanks due to being out of the range. Cool. I was doing that because everything needed hitting, and I thought hitting everything with something that does damage would be a good idea there. I'm glad it turned out well. In terms of tips, the first I have is to make sure you're using Neural Sec during ads as well, specifically around the time of the Ready or Not raid wides from Sugar Riot. Save your bubble for both these as well. Hits really hard, and in PF you will frequently almost die to it because people forget to mitt since they aren't targeting the boss. Okay, I have reference here. I don't know exactly what we're talking about, so I have here Rion's play of the Savage tier. So let's see if we can find the moment where like an explosion happens. Welcome back, Nightshade. Yep, we're studying now. We're studying for Savage on Thursday. Apparently they made a video about Evil Incarnate. The drift on my cards is just rough. And it really sucks. Falling behind in Astrologic. I'm sure every job probably has this aspect. You can probably drift on anything in this game. But man, does it suck when you fall behind. And you feel like you're, well, okay, well, I'll just be behind a whole card this entire run. And I'll buff everybody backwards. happens during the first Jabberwock. Well, there's a screen, but no one's health moved. Never play Bard. Does Bard have the big drift? Because you have all those songs to manage? Thank you, Vampiric. Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I'm also aware that I'm still pretty new to this thing. In terms of general, this deep in an RPG's life, participating in advanced content. Did it happen? Health went down. I think this is just things being hit in the face. It is fun getting to be the one to go grab the terrible manta ray. Though it looks like they're doing something else. There goes a black mage. Okay, so they're doing ranged, grabbing that. And it could also be that the barrier healer's doing so much I'm not even going to see the explosion because I won't know what I'm looking at. Also, Rion uses controller for Astrologian, so thank you for making it really, really hard with your impressive skills to know when you hit what button, because half your buttons are hidden. What the hell? Absolute mad lad. But there's our macro. And there's the tanks getting hit in the face. And there's the Jabberwock. You can, I know, but it's giant Eladoth. Like it, and then all the buttons. It's nightmarishly large to have all those on display. And usually you have like secondaries or like what I do with Samurai. Like one of my triggers takes me to my AoEs, so I don't actually have to worry about it that much. When I press that trigger, I'm in AoE dimension. If you watch the cast bar, you can see the cast for Sugar Riot. Oh yeah, look, they do really have that. Huh, I wonder if the threat list is how they are targeting? Cycling targets? They're cycling very efficiently on controller. Whereas I constantly get lost if there's more than one target. And have to go around the house again like I'm, on a television controller. Shield healer, I'm jealous of you all. I am quite jealous. I enjoy Astrologian. I like the flavor, but I feel like I'd be a lot more aware of damage in a new player sense if I was the one responsible for catching it before it happened. So ready or not? Ready or not? Is that what we're talking about with the explosion? Okay. Okay, and that's one that's easy to miss because we're so busy doing the cleanup. Okay, that makes sense. I believe it. Let us continue. Let's also, let's get a pen here so I can mark where I was. Otherwise, I will get horribly lost. We were here. Okay. You could also put out some really strong regens on the tank with Neural, but you will only be able to cover one of the raid-wide since it is a 2-minute cooldown, so pick which one you want to cover wisely when the tank regens and get good usage. The second tip is try not to let your astral number drift too much, though throughout the rest of the fight. Those cards are good on tanks, and it adds so you'll want to make sure you have many uses of them as possible. It may help to note where exactly in the fight you are when the draws come off. Sticky Moose 1, Cactus, Sinkhole Bombs, and Second Wave. All right, let's go to a different document here. I'm going to have to help the cat, but we can get this on screen first. All right. Helping cat. Okay. All right, so we have here Sticky Moose 1. Sticky Moose. Ready or Not is there. That's the one where you get stuck. Yeah, okay. Mayor, help to know where exactly in a fight you are when your draws come off cooldown. Oh, right. Because the 2 tank cards could be used off the first cooldown. That's a cute idea. You know what? I wonder if let's do. This isn't perfect, but I bet you we can do a little astrologian abilities. I wonder if we can maybe just kind of like grab these. Let's see, play. I wonder if this will work. We put a little like play 1 in there or something. And then when it comes to something like just divination, we're just ripping wherever. We don't need the fights are timed out around so many abilities in the first place, or something like Earthly Star. You're only going to detonate it because you're like, oh shit. But Neural Sect is one that's fun to do. Here's the, let's get a little macro symbol in here for me. And we'll place that where it needs to be later on as things come up. Sticky Moose cactuses. Yeah, the cactuses do get they do get pretty mad. That's quicksand. Where would shit start getting hot? Living painting? Is that what that is? I crave violence. I don't remember I crave violence. What the hell is I crave violence? I crave violence. It's green. I think that has meaning on this image. Why isn't it written on the side? Who's craving violence? What? Oh, that's just the angry cat. That's what. Okay. Why does the cat crave violence? Why is it angry? Don't all cats crave? Some of them crave cuddles, pets, fish flakes. And do they crave? It depends. It depends. You know, craving biting my cords from the age of 1 to 7 was Carthonassi's big evil, but he's grown out of it, thank goodness. Okay, so he craves violence all the time. All right, well, I want to know just cactuses. So just in general cactuses, this would be Sticky Moose right here. We listened to the song already, my good Spotify. That'd be a minute later, so we could do more Sticky Moose there. Sinkhole bombs? Oh, I guess sinkhole bombs do hurt. And I guess that would be probably bomb jump here at the end. That'd be minute. And then we got another minute? Yeah, okay. Second wave. What's that? Yeah, about 1 each minute. Yeah, that looks good. Yeah, let's make a folder for all my symbols that we're adding here. We can turn off the folder. Oops. Go above. There you go. Try not drifting off helps keep things consistent. I know I should always be starting the ad phase with the arrow and spire, so every time I arrow, aspect of benefit, spire, celestial intersection, one tank and old Sinastri benefit the other. Then I know that Sinastri will be up. Sinastri? Oh yeah, that's right. That is useful in this fight. This is This is the ability that never gets used because it's single target, but it's really fun to do in M6S. Generate an etheric bond with the target party member. Each time you cast a single target healing spell on yourself or a party member, the party member with whom you have a bond will also recover HP equal to the 40% of the original spell. So that's really nice when that happens. Again, in the phase, the Yon tank usually out of cooldowns. Keeping things consistent, pull to pull really helps you and your co-healer when some intensive healing is required from you versus when you can relax and your co-healer can use major cooldowns. Couple of minor things outside of ads. For Sticky Moose, the 2 people who are targeted get the initial chip damage and will likely die to the damage. They're not topped off and shielded before the stack goes off. Oh. Do they? This is probably something that Lost was doing amazingly, and I was just letting them cover. Wait, there it is. Did they pre-shield them? Oh, that is a little bit of a hit there. And then they do go about getting that topped off. So not insane, but yeah, I guess that would be a popular place to die. Mitt's already rolling. Can we see if they're doing anything on the party member side here? We got Color Riot. Is there anything else in there going on from the parties? Because that's something I'm not privy to, of course. I don't know when the addles and the feigns are happening, but it doesn't look like there's any addles and feigns during that. The old slap ass and the bubble booger. Okay, I can help with that. Sticky Moose during desert. Yeah, what that is right in the middle of things, isn't it? But yeah, I actually clicked right where it was. Now we'll have to find it again. So I see regens. There it is. Okay, so they have some party mitts rolling. Okay, cool. Excellent. Confirmed. Sticky Moose started initial damage, topped off, shield before the stacks have actually go off. People on the opposite side of the boss are also outside of your AoE heal range, so just popping Helios may not be sufficient. I notice you hovering over people in the party list during this, so you may be 100% on top of this, but if not, keep an eagle eye out for the party list with your essential dignities and your Celestial intersections at the ready. Yes, I am trying to get better at it. It's something I'm... Knowing my range is a little rough. Maybe, let's see. I don't feel like there's a super good circle for most of these. But maybe that circle is pretty accurate. That appears to be the same size as the earthly star. But like Collective Unconscious's circle is... Oh, there was... okay, so those are all about the same size, right? We got 30, 15. Oh, 15? Wait. Is this just graphically being bigger than it is? What's the range on this? 15. That's 30. But this one has the inside the... With the Celestial Ring are 8 yalms. And any party members within 30 yalms. And only applies the Wheel of Fortune to people within the 8 yalms. So wait, are these graphics way bigger than the normal? Because look at the size of that. You know, we got... Oh shoot, I've got... Darn it, I've got modded... What you call it? I've got macroed Earthly Star, so I'm not seeing the circle when I cast it. Let's just put that up there for a moment. We'll detonate that and play with that in a moment. Well, that's the thing for what we're talking about with like collective unconsciousness, that the bubble is smaller than the graphic. But now I'm thinking, wait a minute, is this circle here going all the way out to there by this rock? Is that actually bigger than the heel itself? Because I was good enough to run in on M4S because we did it so many times. I was running extremely center to get those heels off. Yeah, the bubble itself is only for the Wheel of Fortune part of it, which is in the 8 yalms, but the rest of it goes out to 30. Yeah, so like we have this, which is actually pretty small. Because like we can see here, like let's grab. So if I put this right here, there's the line along that piece of wood. And when we can put it down, and now that sparkle's actually gone beyond the piece of wood. So would I not receive this if I went and stood on top of this piece of wood? Oh, I guess it is like, oh, because it's 3-dimensional, it's actually hovering little graphics. So do I still get this if I pop it here? I do. Okay, so it's a little bigger than the graphic. It's almost as big as little nubs on the side because of elevation. Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. It does pop up a little bit. The mitt used to only be bubble only. I would prefer that, but I get the buff, and I guess I appreciate the buff. Please make my bubble equally big would be my noob request. I should have made the mark like I said I was going to. However, party list. So yeah, I'm looking for some of the buffs on my companions, but I think I'm still overestimating the size of something like, particularly Helios. I'm thinking that's larger than it is. You also got a free use of Macrocosmos for the first part of the fight you're sitting on. Use it when you like, so long as it's back for the ads. But I like using it as I'm moving to the stack spot for Sticky Moose 1, then have it expire after the tank buster to heal the tanks as well. Okay. So we're doing this in the middle of somewhere in here just to hit people. So as I recall, I was doing it right around that first stack part because this feels that'd be raise. So before the raise is when I was using it. Yeah, kind of in this first stack of monsters because it kind of felt like, hey, killing this first stack of monsters is really important in our cleave maxing strategy. I personally use Macrocosmos for the movement for the wings. Just top off party members and life stacks after. Is there not... Wait. Isn't there a friendly target dummy that we could use? Or is there no friendly target dummies in this game? I don't know why I don't know this. Feels like something I would have done before. I use it when we're lining up for the jump when it naturally expires to be topped off for stacks. Interesting. Your chocobo technically? Well, that's an interesting technicality that you could use it for. Those are called party members? Well, you know, you don't want to burden someone. Okay. So right around here is usually when I use it. And what's the cooldown? And we're just in here. What's the cooldown on this guy? 3 minutes, right? So if that's at 4 minutes, we could just come up with a spot anywhere in the early game to use this. And it sounds like a lot of sticky moose is kind of the way of things. And I guess you can't use it in the desert phase because you end up a little too late. And then you don't have it for the ads phase. So we'll just kind of put it in there. But also streamer? Well, you know. Use my powers for good. So Sticky Moose 1, I like that idea a lot. But I want to emphasize again, really great stuff, especially how quickly we prog through the ads. I certainly had a lot more time to figure out my cooldowns after the PF wave. At least one lockout of DPS to beat the enrages. Keep it up. Let's take a look at the message we got from Lost as well here. Oh, we'll get rid of that so we don't spawn more conversation. Honestly, having a group that can do the DPS and know the priorities the ads die first really helps with getting to the prog in the phase. There's a lot of responsibility on the tanks for movement and mitigation, DPS on killing ads, and healers trying to keep everyone alive when one of them is stuck in a corner. Lots of PFs struggle because it can be a combination of factors leading to those wipes, but fingers get pointed around. Gives both you plenty of pools to sort out your shit once out, since you don't need to worry so much about ads and raging or running out of meds for the heals for a long time. I also second Sean's comment about draws. In addition, with your divinations, you should try to keep those as close to 2-minute window as possibly can. Good news is you didn't drift as much as last week, but did end up drifting for about 18 seconds, which means you do miss out on the buffs of the other jobs in the burst window. Yeah, I believe that. I believe that. It's hard not to do, probably because I'm not holding on to enough light speeds to do the double weave effectively. So what I need not only a opener, I need a copy of whatever it is I'm supposed to do during that light speeded moment. Daniel Davis, thank you for the super chat. When my mom first started playing as a conjurer, Selly Beans got a bunch of players to line up so my mom could practice her targeting. Well, that's very sweet. That's very sweet. Because we are going off of, do I still have that? I think I captured it a while ago and just I've been living in my folders here. Let's see. Let's find the Wesk Albert opener. Here it is. Let's just drag it into our document of madness here. So this is the pre-pull. I guess it shouldn't be any different because we're automatically on entry. So can I just do this anytime we hit the 2-minute window, or do I need to change the order of things? It seems like it would be the exact same thing. Umbral draw, the spear. Oracle's there. There's the light speed. Div's the more important button. I mean, that's the one that's going out to everybody. So if you're drifting that, yeah, obviously you should. So I guess okay. Well, let's note this. Let's cement this a little bit. So divination. Ooh, I want you up here. Okay, divination right here is happening before the balance. Why? Because divination's longer? 20-second duration? And what about these cards? 15-second duration. There we go. So getting that out earlier means that because if you do this here, then it falls off while they're under so I'm assuming these are stacking in some sort of way. 3% of all, or 6% to the correct target, and then 6% here. Is that additive or multiplicative? Not like it matters, but, you know, knowing the rules often means it reinforces why you're doing things. There's not really a channel in the GG Discord for optimization because we just kind of point to the balance in a lot of these aspects. Also, the balance hasn't updated their picture since April Fool's Day, so I hope they're doing okay. It's also worth... I actually haven't looked at the balance since week 1 of the new Savage tier. So let's take a quick look at... That's stats and gear. I want Astrologian cards. Just to see if we are changing anything from previous. And the easiest way to go about this would be to open up Final Fantasy XIV and find, where was that? Character configurations? Where's the thing where I can choose what order my party is displayed in? Control settings. It's probably like a party window. Wouldn't be system. It's definitely character. I feel like it was an additional pop-out menu in addition to the normal things. Press O? There's a party window at the bottom? What? Party members? This is a party list settings? Oh yeah, look at that. Oh, that is convenient. Oh, it's in UI settings. Okay. Okay, that doesn't matter, but this is the order of the deeps matters. The balance. The spear. We have our divide. Samurais are still the opener, and samurais are... Oh, that's clean. That's clean. That's nice. Ninjas. Looks like Vipers take priority over Dragoons after the 2-minute. Vipers. So we need to move Viper up this list. Viper is better than Dragoon after the 2 minutes. Dark Knight during the opener is better than Viper? What's wrong with Vipers? Do they take a bit to wake up? Yep, there go your cards, Zakari. I'm sorry. I'm assuming because Vipers have an entire gauge that's also AoE. That's why they're so good in M6S. And you kick out the ninjas is the meme I've seen floated about. Half their normal bursts. Huh. But they're better later? Oh, that's dirty. I don't think I have a good way to express that in my UI. And at the 2 minutes, they have double weave. Interesting. Just buff monk. I mean, well, hang on. Look how consistent they are. Just look at them right there. Looking all handsome. Unmoving. And why does it... Well, I guess Reaper's just kind of... Is Reaper bad in this image? Or is it the fact that Reaper is doing something that's not really 2-minute buff related, and therefore we don't worry about them so much? It's not that they're bad, it's just that they're not really participating in the 2-minute business. Reaper isn't bad, it's just a bit clunky right now. Their pot window is not the same as everybody else. Okay, so they are kind of off the 2 minute. No one's talking in this whole expansion about Reapers. They've been done dirty. Not from nerfs or anything. They've just been painfully mediocre. I think it's because they're bad, actually, says Felix. Because they do the same thing as Viper does with 2 enshrouds. And power creep comes for us all. Sometimes a class design is just a better class design. But for the most part, we can keep samurais and ninjas up top there. And technically, there's more 2-minute pluses during a whole pool, so we should move Viper up because more often than not, it's the right choice. I mean, how many 2-minute, how long's a fight? 10 minutes? So 4 of these 5 are going to be good. Hey, you're not a machinist? Well, hang on now. Look at the machinist right here. This is not backed up by astrologian paperwork. I know some players that just don't like Reaper because they find it boring. I can't speak to it, but their version of a dot is even more boring than a version of a dot, in my opinion. I'd rather dot than do the buff thing. I think my favorite version of it is probably what Viper does. If I had to. But I also don't want that many of those. Viper and M7. Huh. I don't know that one yet. No, I was just talking about the self buffs, not the debuffs. That was taken out really quick, wasn't it? That was one of the things they went through and immediately we're like, okay, very well. So dark. Nah, okay. Well, you know, we'll just put Garrett always on top. That's fine. He can have that for Dark Knight. I'm probably not going to target Dark Knight. Maybe someday when I'm super good and sweaty, we can work in getting Dark Knight over this because the opener. I mean, he does say he presses a lot of buttons, so yeah, I believe him. Presumptions, double lunar monk, Tendo smuggle, reawakening. Who's doing what? Reawakening and Shroud not adjust based on the fight's needs? What the hell does that mean? There's no builds in this game, so why is there options? Okay, so those are the things they should be doing. So as long as they're playing correctly, which they should always be because there's only one way to play. It's the equivalent of saving your astral draw, but for their jobs. Hey, well said. Okay, cool. So they're playing correctly. These aren't super sweaty weird things that can be done sometimes. Imagine people playing. Imagine people playing correctly. Well, you know, it's not obvious. I think that's kind of the sad thing about the Astrologian redesign is that you kind of stack the cards. Kind of wish I didn't. I get why I do on paper, you know, like I get it because 2-minute window. But why do I even have? I guess so I can get the other tank ones earlier. But it feels like maybe I should press one button and get the other 2 cards every 2 minutes. Maybe it's a skill ceiling kind of thing because there's opportunity to suck. Maybe that's what it's about. I think everyone should have one of those, Bateau. I think samurais, I have nothing to do is awesome. And all jobs should have something to do that's amazing while there's nothing to do. I'm still better card target unless someone is more geared and better skilled than me. Hold up. Hold up. Without damage now. Because see, here's the weird thing. Because in a MOBA where I have damage numbers like Dota, Heroes of the Storm, League of Legends, I can see who's performing the best tonight. I'm not even talking about mods. I'm just talking about like damage numbers. And I could be like, wow, they're really on tonight. They ate their Wheaties this morning. Well done. And I just slap them with buffs. So is that an assumption? That's an assumption I should make then, because you are amazing and you do a lot of raids. So I should just give it to you because you're cool and ignore this. Yeah, I mean that makes sense to me. Sometimes you just know, sometimes you don't know, right? That is true. Yeah. Mari has a point here. Yeah, if you just play the class according to the balance, then you will get those cards. It's as simple as that. How do I see who's geared? What is there? Actually, I don't know. Okay, I guess once the baby, I only usually try to click on people during the baby wall phase, and once the baby gate's down, I usually don't click on anybody. Look at their gear. Well, what if they're, glammed? Inspect their character in game. Can you do that in the actual raid? Yeah, let me see what that. I've never done it really for that purpose. Examine. Level 100. Total members. So I would just I would give this a quick little like, and I'd be like, William, okay. I mean, I guess we're all aiming for the same item level, so it's not a big deal to just kind of be like, well, look at that. Oh my God. Numbers. Max HP. Is there an HP difference in the DPSs? Does leather have more armor than cloth? Or in general, is all our vitalities kind of normal? Melee versus physical range. Well, I guess we're giving them different cards, so we don't need to worry about that. So I could just go slapping. Well, let's see. Target. So, it doesn't have health numbers. So how would I know that? Can I make this? Can I make the target info HP display numbers? In the party list. Let's check the documents. Oh yeah, I guess on the party list here. You can see 14, 17. Okay, so let's break down Rion's group here a little bit. 15, 15, 17. That's a dancer. Dragoon. And this is just a ranged DPS. My God, it's been a while since I've had the graphics on. They're beautiful. So in this party, we should just be buffing. I mean, let's experiment with this idea. You got dancer. Here's dancer. Bam. On the opener, dancer, boo, sucks, boo, but is already better than black mage. But here's red mage. All right, so question for the class. In the Rion situation, where our dancer is most geared, but is less than, according to the balance of the red mage, who should get the card? Why would you have a 5% buff for vitality? Well, we're looking at it, the health compared to others, so. Oh, their physical range have naturally higher HP. But they're being compared to the others. Dancer also because their AoE is stronger than Red Mage in the situation of M6S. Because these are probably based on... The balance here is probably basing it on single target optimizations. Does the balance have a addendum for... It appears they do not have addendums for AoE. But I guess M6S is a pretty unique situation. There's also vid coefficients that are different for every job. You're talking about that thing we learned about with Lost and the... It's not sometimes worth putting the right kind of materia in because the materia might actually take you to a new threshold and you will therefore get more out of doing the wrong materia, but you overgo the threshold. Does Vitality have one of those? Why points just don't go up? If I get health point, my health point doesn't just go up? I mean, let's clean this up a little bit. Let's say instead that here, I guess we don't have a way to clean this up, right? Because there's still Picto there. And if the Picto and the Black Mage have the exact same health, you'd go with the Picto every time. There wouldn't be any question. I guess the only real sweaty thing would be if the Picto has less gear than the Black Mage and the Black Mage has more gear, would you ever pick the Black Mage? And then you just have to know who has the better rotation, who's the better player. Just check their weapon level. That's fair, because the weapon does contribute so much. So in that case, physical. Okay, let's get out. Here it was O, and then the gear. That's great. Because this is something I'll need to do occasionally. All right, let's get this back out. Okay. All right, so we moved. We're going to move the Reaper or the Viper up. Except for the opener. Which should be the Dragoon. But since my Dragoon is a standout player, we can just kind of let that ride for ease of use. Dragoon, and then the Dark Knight there. Monk is always the same. And then for some reason they still put... Is this just to insult the poor Reaper that they still put Dark Knight on here? Or I guess Dark Knight actually does kind of have enough going on that it's worth even acknowledging. Why would you, I guess in a four stack situation, I guess you could find yourself wondering, should I buff the Reaper? Okay. You might want to make a macro button for each DPS. What do you mean? We will return to that thought in a moment. I'm just checking out the spear here. Opener. With... currently I have Black Mage up top. Why's my... Oh, because I have it in reverse order. That's right. I do this in reverse order from bottom to top when it comes to the spear. Still in the Summoner... The Machinist. So why if Machinist is kicking it here, are they just only good in the 2-minute window? Why what's wrong with Machinist if the cards, if the heart of cards never lie and there's no weak cards in my grandpa's deck, Why are machinists getting cards? They are a selfish DPS with burst, so they're good at carding. No raid buff. Oh. Their burst is good if played correctly. Okay, so they're not preferred to bring because they're not going to make other people shine. Unless, of course, their DPS is enough like we find on Samurai here, which they're just rocking enough that it all works out. However, because they do not give a raid buff, if you look at their R DPS compared to other P ranges, they're low. Sure, that makes sense. Oh, because you're up against, for that slot, Bard and Dancer. So they're okay, I see. So machinists are kind of like the murky or the I struggle thinking of the pudge. The hamster in Overwatch. They're that one that someone who has plenty of time to play a game plays because I've got enough friends that I can play whatever I want and I'm sick of contributing. Therefore, I will play my own game tonight. But we don't consider Samurai that because melee DPS good and they have enough to just win out big every time. I guess probably too with the way stickers work. Samurai is absolutely ready and willing to deliver damage during the exact moments when you would say, I want damage. Sam is kind of in a bad spot. Go on. Not according to the heart of the cards. And Sam's don't take though. Yeah, Sam's don't take a rate. Oh, that's a great point. Yeah, they don't. Their competition isn't as stiff. They're on the lowest end of the melees, so their burst is just really good. So if they exist in my space, I should buff them. Machinist, Dancer. Looks like Dancer's favored during the opener. That makes sense. Because they get to dance. They get to pre-dance. So let's move the Bard down one, which is moving the Bard up. Red Mage gets advanced. And poor Black Mage gets a little insulted by not being advanced. All the melees are reasonably balanced in this tier. The Sam is performing great in some of the fights. That makes sense. I mean, do Sams have good AoE? They seem like, you know, you get to do everything to unlock your melee or your AoE bonus anyway, so. I can't speak to, we haven't been to M7S, so I can't speak to whatever is going on there that's making certain jobs suffer. I really can't think of, unless I maybe just adds again because you have to kill the terrible plants fast enough to do it. Viper has the best AoE for M6S. Yeah, that's the one I've heard the most about. The Joker toxicity of kick them ninja. We need to get a Viper in here. RDPS. Well, I don't look at it. I don't have the utility that some people are looking at. If we clear, we clear in the healer book. But it is interesting to know why someone may not be preferred, yet you would still give them cards. M7S has the issue that the DPS take too many DDs. Why? Oh, because the timer's tight? So while it's not necessarily an AoE fight, it's just that, well, I mean, that's what happens in Dancing Green, right? Is you end up doing that. What did the previous tier of Savage have damage downs in it? Was that something that they got really into for this tier? I feel like maybe it was just the way it was tuned. It's tier 1, so you know it just wasn't as important. Every Savage does that. Oh, okay. They started during Eden. Less wiggle room for mistakes. I mean, it's a way to do it. It's insane, particularly when you factor in rezzing, which I guess shouldn't be happening in the first place. But it's absolute, like the number of things stacked against you is kind of insane because you have damage downs, the res debuff, and if that's not enough, the sheer mana taxation on the healer for even rezzing in the first place. It's insane. Damage down is a better than Von Stacks. I guess that's true because, yeah, Von Stacks would just punish the healers and their ability to keep everyone going. I feel like damage downs are harder to notice. Because, yeah, I've had a couple, and I didn't even know I had them. And I watch the health bars a lot more than someone like Garrett, and Garrett will be like, dodge it, and he has a damage down on him. So they're not exactly clear. Maybe they're less clear to the tank because your health doesn't move so much when you get hit in the face. Tingle, when you are damaging, do you feel intimate with your numbers? Because, you know, MMO numbers are insane. But do you actually be like, wait a minute, that should be like 110k. Oh no, that number is wrong. You lose an entire digit. Okay. Just a feeling for how big the damage numbers is. I mean, that's kind of why I want to play a damage. I feel like my perspective on what any... I know that this heal makes your health bar go from this to this, or from this to this, but I have no perspective in this game for how much a number is. You notice damage down when you hit enrage on the boss. Well, yeah. When you hit the boss and nobody ever died and the enrage and you go, well, what went wrong? It's kind of easy to say, did anyone get hit? Most people don't look at how much damage they take, just if they lived or don't. So the vulnerabilities are irrelevant. That's fair. I think it's kind of an interesting design philosophy to say, well, it burns the healers, whereas this punishes... Technically punishes the DPS more. It's not like we get different amounts of damage down per mistake, but I guess every contribution is a contribution. Oh, yeah, I heard about this, Amari. Yeah, that the damage down in M5S is large or smaller than the M8S. That's one way to scale it. I mean, you need knobs. One thing they had to do in Here's the Storm was do a complete redesign of some of the characters so they actually had knobs to turn. They didn't enter designing that game thinking about how big a projectile was. And at one point they had to be like, oh, we need to have that as a knob so different things hit at different rates, and being able to turn that knob up and down is a way to punish players for messing up. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's and I don't... And you just sort of like, you don't want to be the healer that's like, well, I got damage down, but, you know, doesn't matter for me. Apparently, HOTS has been getting big patches all the time. But they patch that game frequently. Very frequently. It's kind of impressive, the knobs they turn. As for a big rework of anything, that hasn't happened in a while. I got damage down as DPS 4. I got hit. Please heal me. Well, I think if admitting it out loud is more like, you know, I'm inting, sort of. You know, I'm declaring my mistake so no one corrects me and makes me feel worse about my mistake. Pretty easy to see the end of 7, but the damage downs, if you had any. It's a way to balance things, yeah. I have to look at my own, let's get my gameplay up from M6. Because we got the sun there. That sun was crazy because I didn't even, like, when I said, like, lost. What? Lost? You need healing help? What are you talking about? Everyone's like, the sun, it burns us. I'm not seeing any problems. So we got, well, I mean, what in Sugar Riot even would give you a damage down? Because I can't think of anything that would be wrongfully hitting you. I guess tanks don't get damage downs for being hit by tank shit. So that just doesn't have it attached to it. Oh, the cacti? Oh, God. Yeah, I guess. Oh, yeah, there's one right there. Yeah, but those just hurt a shit ton. And I guess you wouldn't get one when you explode. When I go to the corner to explode. Flying to the wrong spots. The bombs from her double... Yeah, I guess so. Oh, wait. Oh, there's a bunch of them. But, well, we're pretty late in the evening, so... Were those just... Oh, I think, yeah, just running out of cacti. Yeah, I guess cacti. Was there any more new ones there? Nope, that's just cacti. The people with the exploding debuff don't get one, but the rest do. Okay, so if I don't make it all the way to the corner when I explode. I'm completely confused as to what the sand is doing there and what it's for, but I guess it would hurt if we were in it. That seems to be, yeah, it's an interesting aspect of Savage. Pulls you and you die. Okay. And then there's the temporary take increased damage. Just to make sure you don't stack things that they don't want you to stack. So you can't really run out. Yeah, mechanically, quicksand should only kill you if you stop moving. In video game technology, either you die instantly and you just wah into it like Mario, or as long as you're in motion, you should be able to rise above. That's my philosophy. And then we made it to I think the edge of lightning, which we will hopefully be working on Thursday some more. Yes, yeah, we got to the other side of ads. So we defeated the ads. All right, there's some other. Those are modded. I need to get rid of those because those are some training wheels I made for myself. So let's go ahead and publicly get rid of them. This was a very quick way to, during M4S, pass these out. One goes to each tank. However, these need to go to the right person in these cases. So let's get rid of this. And we need play 2 and play 3 back on the bar in their organic normal form. So no tank. Wait, I saw. Is that the Mr. Happy video that got posted this morning? Reacting to the no tank. This is 33 minutes.
M6S, so it's just up to the DPS and the healers. Hello everyone, Mr. Happy here, and today we're going to be taking a look at something that is likely to confuse a lot of players currently struggling through the Party Finder in the current Savage tier. Now, we've seen all sorts of role-less style challenges in the past, tank only, UCOB, no healer, Fru, no healer top. And the latest one to add to that is Lucrezia, one of the, honestly, longest running and one of the more notable kind of guild/groups that's played over the years. They did a tankless M6S. Yeah, your Yans are beating up your DPS, and that's the plan this time. Obviously, whenever something like this happens, it always sparks discussion that sometimes misses the point of what makes these challenges possible and the feasibility of them. People are always like, oh, tanks are going to go on strike, healers are going to go on strike, blah, blah, blah. So I haven't watched it yet. I'm going to watch it now. We're going to dissect what they're actually doing, and any place where I want to kind of add some commentary, I'll be stopping and just saying a few things about what they do. Okay. So without further ado, we should probably just get started because, we have the entire encounter to go through. So first and foremost, I remember seeing it in their tweet, but we have, let me just brighten it up a little bit.
We got to get moving, everybody. Same react school.
Party composition. So 2 samurai, 2 viper, a black mage, a dancer, an astro, and a scholar. Astro Scholar's no surprise. I mean, they're kind of the powerhouse healers no matter what. Black Mage is the powerhouse caster. And Dancer is particularly good for the ad phase here. I don't think that would have mattered, but I think... So, whenever you do no tank strats, you often have jobs that you will just sacrifice to boss mechanics. That could be tank busters. In this case, I guess it could be the ad phase. It could be really anything that a DPS is not meant to survive or is harder to survive with just the irregular party composition. Dancer can pretty easily get back up after a death and just kind of pick up without really losing anything. So it's probably the ideal choice. Machinist not performing that well, especially in this fight. And Bard, you throw off the songs, it just kind of, goes to hell. So yeah, Dancer probably the right choice. As for the double Samurai, double Viper, Samurai I would argue is one of your best tank options. Monk is too with Riddle of Earth, but when what's it called? Tengetsu, I think it's called for Samurai. It gives them the regen, it gives them the damage mitigation. It can be used very frequently. So whether they're tanking boss autos or eventually, as we assume during the ad phase, the Yans, the Samurais are going to be a good choice. Viper, an absolute monster DPS-wise, especially for the ad phase, which I'm sure is the primary focus of what they need to make sure they do correctly here. So composition makes total sense if you're going to go completely tankless. You can maybe argue again for something like a monk in here,
I think that just replaces
I think you'd be hard pressed to really want that over Samurai or Viper. And then of course the Black Mage and the Dancer. All right. So I have an idea of how they'll probably do some of this stuff.
Okay, cool.
The start of the fight, I assume, is just going to be the samurais largely fighting for aggro. I mean, I guess any of the melees, maybe even the Black Mage, but it makes the most sense. Looks like they have these 3 players kind of designated as their tanks. I don't know if you noticed, but 2 of the samurais are standing in front and the dancer otherwise. So they are piling on everything they can onto a desert.
So wait, so yeah, we're just, this is just somebody with an amazing. Wait, yeah. Remember, everyone, you are not Lucrezia. You're not as good skilled or coordinated as they are. I mean, that's all this is. Like, the counter to stop people from making more tankless runs is to add more content to the game. So skilled, crazy players like this add mythical, super, ultra, mega savage, so that crazy skilled players have something else to go do when they're done with the normal savage.
Designated melee.
Because if they week 1 it, wouldn't they be overgeared to do it again by week 2 and be bored? I mean, it's you know, it's your fault for being so good you're bored at everything. It's the whole immortality problem. Is that you live to see everyone you know die, right? But yeah, but wouldn't an answer to it be make something harder than Savage for them to go off and do? Just scale it. Just take Cosmic Exploration and scale it so they're always week 1. And they can go do scaled Savage forever. That's called Ultimate? Wait, well, they don't have an Ultimate right now, right? Because the Ultimates are item level locked, scaled already. So you would wait. Their item levels, yeah. Because when you get a weapon out of Ultimate's now easier, right? Because you don't get an Ultimate weapon that is of higher eye level than what it sets you to, correct? Or do you get rewards that you can't use in Ultimate? Ultimate weapons are the same that they're locked to. Yes. But the ultimate weapons are now currently outclassed, right? And the ultimates come out during when the savages get easier, a patch before the next savage comes out. So your ultimate weapon only lasts a single patch? But they have extra meld slots, so they're slightly better than savage weapons at the same level. Would you use an ultimate in all the way up to M8S, or would you replace it with the extreme of Purple Nightmare that was Recollection? Oh, that's kind of a bummer. But I guess if that's why they're so flashy, it's more for, you know, the achievement of wearing it and being like, haha, everybody. It would be fun, though. It'd be a fun way to flex. Get to ride that sweet, sweet weapon all the way to the end of Savage. But then again, gear is gear, and getting new gear is fun. So, you know, having more gear is good. Glam is the end game. You can't dye ultimate weapons, though, can you? You gotta do Ultimate Savage to get the dyeable version of the ultimate. There's our opportunity right now.
And the dancer. If the dancer were to die from this, it probably would be okay. But it looks like they're giving all of the healer personals. Like, it looks like they're giving both stacks of the healer personals to each of the tanks.
Look at the size of the
shields. It looks like they have, you know, they have a crit low on each of them. They have, I don't even know the names. They have the personals from all the healers, and then they probably have their own. They even, oh yeah, look, they even have raid wide. Looks like they were trying to go for the overlap between the actual raid wide, because I see that Samba is up. I see a bowl. I see illumination. I see collective. I think those are neutral shields as well. So yeah, they're really doing everything they can imaginable to make this tank buster doable without a tank. And on top of that, we'll have Tengetsu on the Samurai. And yeah, I mean, that's survivable. There's no way they are going to have all of that available for every color riot. So I assume we'll be seeing some DPS sacks during some of the later mechanics. But for now, on this very first one, that makes the start.
Speaking of sacks, if you have this, is it better to how long is the damage down? How long is a vulnerability? Wait, no. How long is the damage down? How long is res sickness? And should you die to get rid of a damage down in the perfect scenario? Like, are you better off dead? Only in some ultimates? Why? Are damage downs crazy in ultimates? So if you had like 2 stacks, you just die. Changes per fight. So ultimates have big, crazy damage downs that are 90% damage downs. Shit. And isn't there like a damage and rage check in like every single of those mini bosses you run into? %25%, but doesn't affect vitality, right? I mean, I guess if they probably, it's over anyway, right? If you have even someone go down in an ultimate, I assume.
Of the fight really simple because color riot's the only thing that's even dangerous. Like here, I assume. So I wonder what happens here if you get pairs. Do they get pairs or do they get light parties? Okay, they get light parties. I think the light party one always targets healers. I don't know what I kind of want to wish they had footage of the pairs because I think with pairs they'd probably spread low and just
spread low.
They would probably just spread low and then just spread out. I would imagine. I've seen people survive that solo, I'm pretty sure. So, yeah, I'd imagine that would be the plan if they got pairs, would just be mitigation, spread low, and then just, you know.
He's talking about just like, oh, just drop big shield. Okay.
Try not to overlap. Honestly, a big thing with running 6 DPS is you have plenty of room to sacrifice DPS to mechanics. Because it doesn't matter if they die because you have 2 extra DPS. Like, even though they're dead, like, it's still different versus having a tank being consistently there. You get weakness, you get brink. You know, depending on the job, you might just be closer to tank DPS as a whole. So, they got light parties, which means this is easy. There's nothing here that happens. Unless I'm wrong and it doesn't always target healers. But I'm pretty sure that if you have 2 healers, this will always target one of each of them. So, yeah, they're just going to get flung across. This is just doing it as normal. They just have assignments here. Yep, nothing fancy.
Damn,
this
they go
shouldn't be
low.
any different either.
Yeah, but
the sticky moose right here. Because there's no tank, I assume anyone can. Yeah, it looked like the main target. Was that the main target who got targeted there? No, it wasn't. It's just facing that direction, and they have set spots. I don't know if the main aggro, but generally that can't target tanks normally. But because they don't have an actual tank role, I don't know how it's programmed. That's kind of one of the fun things about these challenges is.
So is that why the Scholar is the preferred big shield tank? Or healer? Because what does Sage have? Because they've got some fun buttons. They got big stuff. I guess my biggest one is this ham sandwich, and ham sandwich is a single target. And it creates 5 stacks of Ham Nation, which I don't know what Ham Nation does. Erect a magical bear around self and all party members. So I guess they just isn't as good. But there's something you can... Oh, they're not as big in the cheese department. There's no cooldown. Wait, what? Is it expensive or something? What stops you from doing it all the time if it's so big and cool?
a lot of the times the way that targeting works kind of goes out the window when you don't have a traditional party composition. If any of you have done Blue Mage challenges, you're probably very familiar with some of the RNG that comes with some of the raid fights because you technically are 8 DPS. It doesn't treat the ones that are marked as tanks unless it's an aggro-based mechanic. So you usually...
It's expensive and inefficient. So in these cheese situations, you want to use it, but for the most part, it's not something you want to be doing. Kind of like single target healing.
Find out some fun stuff here. So, remember when I said I suspected they were probably going to sacrifice people to this mechanic? So something I'm noticing for the second color riot. The Black Mage is using Mana Ward and has the stacked stuff from the healer. So they're going to be the nearest person. That's Ice M over there. I noticed the Dancer is far enough away, and I can tell you right now, I don't think they're going to get enough personals and mitigation to survive this. So this is probably a sacrifice the Dancer play. Yeah. Even the Black Mage barely survived. How much health was that they survived with? Because they barely lived. 2,719. It's worth saying that while I'm not 100% certain, I would assume they're all BIS at the moment. I don't know based on the HP values. I just don't, it's not like, triggering thoughts in my head about where it is. But I would assume so. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, even that was barely a survival. The good news is that for that color riot, the Black Mage isn't the tank, so they don't have to worry about an auto attack afterwards. And that's probably deliberately why they're doing it. They probably don't have enough mitigation to ensure that that the samurai tanking it could, in theory, survive. Even if they had all the mitigation in Tengetsu, the auto attack after, because the auto attacks from the boss are one of the, a major factor throughout this entire thing. And honestly, the thing I'm more afraid of in the ad phase than even the Yans, because the boss isn't going to die in the middle of the ad phase. The Yans are at least going to die in the middle of that.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. So this is all so. Well, I mean, it looks like everyone's watching but why would you watch a half-hour video and then participate in uninformed drama? Seems like everybody is basically arguing against an invisible force that is currently... I don't know, actually killed the boss a lot slower. So it was very good, but definitely not a good replacement. Mr. Abbey replies, well, up until ads, they were significantly ahead, but the color riot disaster put them much further behind. Damn, disaster. Well, it seems like everyone's got the head on their shoulders here, probably because they watched a video on it. Well, at this point, people would be informed enough to know what was going on, right? People are anticipating similar drama to previous clears with people who didn't actually know what they're talking about, draw conclusions that they can't really justify. I think that's the weirdest part of the Final Fantasy drama. So, let's say you're playing a competitive shooter, and you're in Bronze League, and you know gun points at enemy, and if you see amazing gameplay, you say, I guess I point gun at enemy too. How does someone who does dungeons only look at Savage and say, my God, the meta? Like, there's no straight line of progress between those things. There was a comment on a video the other day from back when we were in, never done Savage before. It was back when I was doing variant dungeons. And a guy was like, oh, I can't even watch this. Look at him not even dodge the blankety blank on the weird wheel boss in the variant dungeon. It's like, well, yeah, I've never experienced anything like that. There is no dungeon. And even in our, embarrassingly, there's footage of us saying that the dungeon that came out with 7.1 is hard. Because to that point, a dungeon had never killed that many people or been hard. So when you hit the bunny and the bunny is like hard, it's like, wow, that was hard. But you have no perspective. And people, LOL, 7.1 dungeon hard, noobs, LOL. But it's like, until you do Savage, because the gap on Savages is so astronomical. I guess that just takes perspective, right? But if you're, I mean, there's just no way you can know, because it's like normal dungeon, and like it actually is pretty impressive that like the MSQ does actually progress quite linearly. Like Dawn Trail was considerably harder than the rest of them, but then what you're gonna, and then you have like nothing. I mean, I guess because Alliance Raid doesn't count. Alliance Raid is like here, and then you have extremes work in this. That's linear. I guess extremes from modern expansion work. But then it's like, then it just like, and then it's like Savage. But if you mix in, because like Valley Garmonda is not close to the Savage jump. Maybe a little close to like Black Cat. But if you work in like Sphene or Recollection, you definitely have a more linear approach in difficulty. So that yeah, Valley Garmonda works. And I can't speak to the linearness of extremes on Shadowbringers or Endwalker into that Savage, because we haven't done those Savages. I think Sphene's harder than Black Cat, but then again, my perspective might be really off because I'd, again, never done Savage before. So to be faced with, plus the blind thing we did with it. Yeah, and then like that divide of the Black Cat. Because even like Honeybee is overwhelming, but she's not terribly difficult, particularly when you factor in how much you can get hit. I mean, all these, right? It's kind of insane that the game is as willing to advance linearly as it is, like patch to patch. I feel like World of Warcraft because of its more bosses per raid, you could suck and you could still be like, well, we got to boss 4, and 4 is better than boss 2, because in Final Fantasy, by the time you kill 6 bosses in World of Warcraft, you've only killed 2 bosses in Final Fantasy. And so your brain goes, we cleared half of the raid tier. 6 was pretty good. But when you clear only half of a raid tier in Final Fantasy, you go, oh shit, we only killed 2 bosses. I guess we suck. Sorry, everybody. I guess I suck. That doesn't feel as good. And so when they reset the clock back slightly and the first few bosses of a new raid wing don't feel so hard, you at least made it to 3 before shit was getting crazy. But now with Dancing Green, like you showed up, it's like, hey, where's my warm-up? And it's like, Recollection Extreme is your warm-up. Good luck in Dancing Green. Who's actually like way the shit over here. And like if you're doing like Dancing Green to Black Cat, like holy shit, like Black Cat, and what, like Dancing Green, if you've got all of them lined up, like Dancing Green is easily as hard as 3 in terms of like having to move in circles and shit. So it's only really a step back. M6 is also a skill. Yeah, I think that's what's benefiting Garrett on the front of his tanking in M6S, is that managing ads is just World of Warcraft to a T. I want to see you guys do Black Cat at this point. I mean, are we minimum my level? Right? Wouldn't we be kind of I mean, not insanely rocking, but I don't have a perspective for the numbers. I don't know if our numbers would be actually good at this point and just obliterate her based on having, 20 more points of gear. Yeah. Garrett's off tank for M6S. And it seemed like he did it really good well. He grabbed onto it very quickly. But I can't like there's no party finder. You know, where would I like? Is anyone running? There's a Hades going. Might take a while. Storm's Crown. The Trials, High-End Duties. Recollection Extreme. M1? Practice, 1 per job, here to learn? No, that's Cruiserweight still. So it's not like anyone's gonna do for any reason. Black Cat. Poor Crystal PF. What's wrong with Crystal? Crystal's made of lots of people, right? But are we not is there a difference between the rating pop and the PF pop? Could I go to another place and find more party? Like if I was logging in, I'm like, tonight's raid night and I'm a party finder. Can I just go to someone else's? Oh, I'd have to go to a whole... I wouldn't just go to a crystal. I have to do the log out thing. Huh. Okay. Well, let's do that. By the way, looks like I got a Discord message here from Garrett. Let's take a look-see. Doc confirmed. I have a quite awful sinus infection. I'm on all the things. So, sick of lying around. So sick of lying around that if I can talk tomorrow, I'll be there. But today is straight up hurts bad to speak. Well, I guess that means I'm okay, right? Sinus infection? You don't catch sinus infections, right? They're infections? Unless he sneezed into my mouth, which I don't remember him doing. But that sounds bad. You got the travel sickness. I mean, Wyoming was extremely dry. Did you nap on the plane? I did open mouth nap on the plane. It's true. Because my skin is too tight, you know? And then I was doing the nod because we were stuck on the tarmac for like half an hour. You get them every time the season changes. Yeah. Okay. All right. So we'll see how it feels tomorrow. For now, we won't cancel the World of Warcrafts because that sounds pretty. That sounds like my man would enjoy that. I think Garrett. We'll keep that online for him. Did he sneeze on my... I don't know. I've slept with my mouth open on the plane. That's what we were just expressing. I don't know. Wow. I always forget how to do this. Don't I have to do that on this screen or something? Data centers. No. Yes. No. Right click my character. Thank you. Okay. Right click. Visit another world server. Visit another data server. Select world. Ether? What's this about? What's why does everyone have the old Bugs Bunny lunch on a stick? Is that just to express that I'm having lunch on said stick? Too many visitors? What? Oh, is it because it's Tuesday? As in like, wait, like, it's raid night, it's Tuesday, everyone to a different world but Crystal because Crystal sucks. Wow. But no, everything is the place. Everywhere but where I am? So Crystal blows? The video game told me when I started this character that it recommended this data center to me. How do I get to this is go to no, I can't because no Primal's got nowhere. Wait, Crystal's the role-playing sir? Oh, is that the Balmug? Oh, Balmug is on the okay, so I've heard legends. Primal doesn't have places I can go. There's nowhere. Oh, wait. What? No. Wait, confirm? Wait. Oh. Wait, well then what's the symbol? I thought this was full symbol. Oh, I can go to all these places. Wait, so really? So people come home Tuesday and it's such tradition to raid on Ether that they filled up everything? Damn. Should we make our raid night on Tuesday then? Because I know we did extremes on Thursdays because, late night Thursdays. But if we did raid night on Tuesday, it'd just be straight up better. I'd like that, yeah. I mean, y'all are the ringers. Okay, I didn't realize we were being so weird. I knew we were weird, but I didn't know we were detrimental. You might lose viewership of people who do reclears. Oh. That's fair. But also, you could say we lose viewership because someone's like, just watch a reclear stream. When it comes to Thursday night, they're like, no. I just watched that Tuesday, Wednesday. I was watching reclear streams. Make Crystal raid again. Okay, well, which one of these should I pick if I want to see a healthy, active party finder? How do taxis work? Okay, can I just pick anything? Are these all linked when it comes to party finder, so I can just go anywhere in Primal? Okay, so we'll go to Famfrit, my favorite Ifrit family photo. It was Famfrit. I went to Famfrit. It was calling to me. So, how do taxis work? If you clear everything, and so let's say we log in. It's Tuesday night GG raids, everybody. New schedule. Woo! Not saying this is happening. And you've cleared to M7S. You can't give taxi because you only taxi to M7S, right? So we would have to find somebody who's currently in M6S and only M6S to get taxi. You can taxi off someone to 6 from someone who has 7? Oh, because I guess because that's why they even get less loot, is because they can join things that they've already cleared for the week. Yeah. Oh, okay. So yeah, they could, even though they cleared to 7, any clear +1, because if they cleared 7, they could go to 8. Yeah, because they're on the yeah. So they would just say, yes, I am going to clear 7 or 6 again for less loot, and then leave you with the blessings that you received. And if someone just clears, you can get... Yeah, I figured that much, but I didn't know. Oh, okay. So a taxi might be harder to come by on a Tuesday. Whereas it'll be easier to taxi on a Thursday in that regard. But you give up any loot from the fight you skip. Yeah. Luckily, we've cleared Dancing Green to the point we don't need anything from it. Okay, so let's look at the... Let me get out of this unchoreographed madness that is my Sage hotbars. There we go. Now I know where everything is. All right. Party. Nope. Party finder. Oh, yeah, well, that doesn't, but it's not crazy longer, but it is longer. And nobody's doing a black cat. Because there's no reason to, right? It's just, so, wait, this isn't impressive? So Ether is way better than this. Oh, Black Cat wouldn't be high end. That is true. Yeah, where would it live? Because they did move it out of high end, didn't they? Lock Duty. Come on. Trials? What's this world thing? Oh, these are, private. Oh, is this where our shit shows up when we make it? It just appears in private land? Oh, that's neat. I'm glad it's easy to find. Oh, God. I thought... Well, apparently, if you scroll down on the all, you see organizations for certain individuals' activities. All right, where did it? Thank you, Amanda. I'm glad you enjoyed the videos. Look forward to more in the future. So, Castrum Extreme. Is it just not being made? Trials? Where, if that's high end, let's go to the duty finder. Because I'm pretty sure it looks like I can have both. All right, so high end duties, so regular duties, and what would these even be? Trials? PvP? Raids, Dawn Trail. Raids. The thing that looks like the honey hole. And that's just someone doing something, and they're practicing. So this is where this is where Black Cat would be. Okay. And then there's lock, so I can't see what they're up to. It's super duper secretive. Okay. Huh. I mean, I would love to do a party finder in the future. I guess I'd need to log into Ether like super duper early in the day and camp out and make sure that I have my spot reserved. You just haven't unlocked that raid yet? What? Why would it need to spoiler protect me? I guess that's just the system doing its thing. Oh yeah, what wait, yeah, what would I have? What does the game have that I haven't unlocked? A Hildebrand trial? I'm not saying for other people. Oh, ultimates. Oh, I guess Coeurl Jaw could be in there. Yeah, I understand the class. Just classify it, hide it, not a big deal. Because an extreme, just use the same system and button you already have. There's no point making a whole new one. Even though seeing Coeurl Jaw extreme would not be like, oh, there's an extreme of that man at this point. I look forward to doing that one. That one looks really fun. I'm very good at the Mario Kart or Mario Party game where you drop the chests into the pipe and you are able to predict what hole it comes out of. So I'm excited to do that one because I figure that's one of the main extreme mechanics of that one. Oh, I guess I wouldn't have an Old Savage unlocked either. I guess I've talked to the computer once, but that would only be the first wing. It's close to the bomb, which means it's Old Savage. Oh, I didn't know it was being organized. Oh, yeah, looks like the 3s are near the top. Oh, yeah, look at Hell's Key. Oh, the Unreal. That's right. There's that Unreal. What's something to do? Loot. Okay. So these ones don't have any loot rules. They don't care. Fresh prog for learners, Hector Strat. So they don't really care who joins them. And then this is the rules. Loot, duty complete, weekly rewards unclaimed. So we want people who haven't cleared this week. We want you to have already beaten it once before to participate. Enrage to clear toxic, lock toxic, no memes, please. Enrage to clear toxic, locked, toxic, no memes, please. What? What the hell does that mean? Oh. Bookmark. What is that? Oh, he probably does something called toxic. I'm not familiar with it. Oh no, my WTF isn't working. Is anyone else's WTF working? Oh god, it's raid night and WTF's broken. Yeah, the variety. Site cannot be reached. Connection error refused. It's not working in either window. Nah, this base is broken. Unable to connect. Oh no. Well, thank goodness I'm not raiding tonight. Maybe they blocked it in Florida. Toxic friends. Oh. It's a bookmark I'm using, so it shouldn't have to, enter that stuff. I didn't type it in myself. Okay, so there are no memes. Okay, let's see this. 7 of 8 mid-core static. Looking for shield healer Tuesday, Thursday, 9 to 11 Eastern. M5S reclear, M6 add. Oh, so they're saying their progress. They have a mid-core static. Because it's a hardcore, they're mid-core, and they're looking for a shield heal. So this is a advertisement listed for later tonight by the tank player for somebody to show up and be like, hey, I'll be there tonight at 9 to 11 p.m. Eastern. And then you would leave, I guess, because they would friend you for later. Well, that's kind of cute. Oh, WTF Dig changed their URL? Oh. Well, oh, God. Okay. It's working, but it's terribly unhappy. All right, my connection is just very upset. MC, mid-core static, looking for one more range, physical, or shield healer Tuesday, Wednesday, 8 to 11 Eastern. M6 adds proc AFK Discord. Okay. Fresh prog for learners, Hector strats. Okay, so a lot of these aren't even like we're playing right now and looking for somebody. Quite a few of these are just advertisements for when they actually raid. So this person is selected by their mid-core static to go post this. Or oh yeah, look at this one. 6 of 8 static looking for fills on 7:30, 10:30 Eastern. M5 reclear plus bridge to clear. DM Discord or tell if interested. Hearts. That probably saves everybody a lot of time. If you're not on Ether. Yeah. So you create this advertisement for when you're going to be doing it later. That's a way to do it. That's interesting. No one wants to sit in PF all day. I mean, I did back in Classic WoW because, this is what I did as a priest. I didn't want to do any grinding. I didn't want to quest, smite things to death. I wanted to do dungeons. So I just sit around being like, healer looking for more. Healer looking for work. But I guess that's a 4-man, 5-man party. Getting 8 people together with the different job selections would be kind of weird. Well, for safety, but not for fun. You have utility, but oh my god, smiting things just so miserable compared to healing in groups, which is the tactical gameplay I wanted to have. We have housing ads. I mean, there's plenty of I'm sure this is packed with ads, right? And we saw an ad or two already. Where's this thing? It's under party. I want to go to duty for some reason, but I guess it has all kinds of weird stuff. There's someone doing deep dungeons here. Field operations. All are welcome. There's lots of cool stuff going down. 3-year anniversary this Friday. Fiesta night. Fellow creatives. Star Wars Revenge of the 6th. Oh, congratulations to those who celebrate. Love to read? A book club. Hot damn. I mean, you could put up an ad. Maybe I'll click it. Like the lewds here, that stop by. Anytime, apparently. Not even time posted. Lewd 24/7. Book club is kind of sick. Hell yeah. I mean, you're going to find some like-minded friends. If they made it through Final Fantasy 14, you probably read some similar books. It's going to work out for you. Thank you for celebrating. Thank you for joining me for my arrival on Famifrit. Congrats on your fabulous, fabulous server name. Okay. So it sounds like we're on for tomorrow. Garrett might be a little quiet on stream, but tomorrow is going to be the final, for now, World of Warcraft hardcore stream. We're going to finish out Black Fathom Deeps, finish a quest in there, and head over to the Stockades, I believe, is our plan. That's with Joe Cat, Cena Breyer, and Girl DM. Part of Joe Cat's subathon, which is now over, which is why this is our final adventure together. Yeah, it was a good time. Good adventure. An ambulance will make one final heroic dungeoneering experience for everyone. And then Thursday will be the continuation of M6S. You all seem chill. I liked your vibe. I liked your vibe on the planet Famifrit. Asuka. Likely not no words, but I've officially finished my sentence in the old school RuneScape red prison. I am free. Wow. In the red prison even. Congratulations. I have no idea what that means, but I'm very happy for you. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed them. It was a lot of fun to do, but there are projects abound that require our attention. Thank you all for hanging out today. It was a pleasure hanging out with y'all. If there isn't those particular things tomorrow and Thursday, I'll be back with Final Fantasy 12 soon. So please look forward to it no matter what happens. Bye, everybody.